Good morning, everyone. Everybody could find a seat. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Again, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday, happy Venus Day. My name is Mariah M, pronouns they, them, and I have the honor of being the program director of the Luminary Editorial Incubator, the guest curator of cultural programs for SISTORIES, and the moderator for today's symposium, Fluid by Nature, Texture, Memory, and the Ecology of the Black South. Yes, give it up. Want to give a big shout out to all of our people on Zoom. Thank you so much for joining us. We're in for a very beautiful day of celebration of Black feminist thought, creativity, and imagination with the beautiful people that were a part of the Luminary Editorial Incubator. In terms of Zoom etiquette, this is a webinar, so unfortunately there's not a chat option, but it is completely okay for y'all to pop off via the question and answer slots. If you have any comments, if you have any praise, if you have any snaps, okay? This the gay way, all right? But we're really excited for you to join us. We'll also be boosting the program schedule today. We got started a little late, but everybody is still going to be in the order as it appears on our schedule. Yeah. Wanting to show deep gratitude for the space that we're in today. We're currently in the Stage Door Theater at Blumenthal Performing Arts. Gratitude to the tech folks, making sure that, again, the folks via Zoom have what they need. You can hear the music, you can hear our voices. And gratitude also for our ASL interpreters, making sure that all people who want to witness this, but may not be able to hear it as we all hear it, are accessible and open to access this space. Whew. So I would love to get started. We're going to open with some grounding with our spiritual care bear that we had throughout the Luminary Editorial Incubator, as well as the founder of Sis Story. So if you all can join me on stage, and please welcome them to the stage, y'all. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Say any words first? Yes.
Good morning, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. I really can't put into words like what it means for you all to be here at this culmination, this celebration of our inaugural editorial fellowship. These fellows have worked so hard over the past 16 weeks, and so it's truly going to be a treat for us to witness what they've given birth to, what they've been ideating around, and just sharing their brilliance with you all. Let me back up some. My name is Ashley Danielle Nickens. I'm the founder and executive director of SISTORIES. We thank you. We are a Southern Black feminist story sharing organization that focuses on developing, nurturing, and sharing the stories of Black women, femmes, and gender expansive folks across the South in order to find recovery and resistance in our stories. We've been doing this work since 2020. It is 2025, so that is 5 beautiful years. And to think that we have reached this point where we can continue this work by offering a fellowship has truly been just beautiful. And so, yeah, I'm not going to take up too much more time because I want to get into the juiciness of today. So I'll go ahead and pass it to Harmony Phoenix.
Hey y'all. Uh, my name is Harmony Phoenix. You can also call me HP. If you say Harmony, please say the Phoenix. My pronouns, you can use any pronouns. I'm good with that now. Um, I just want to say, like, real quick, it's been a unique honor to be able to be a spiritual care bear. Like, I feel like that's my thing in life. Like, that's what I'm supposed to do. So it was very nice to be able to be in that role, and to be able to watch you all create and bloom and blossom. And like, I feel like a proud mom. Um, to help ground us together, I'm going to pull from Lucille Clifton's Oracle deck. Yes, thank you. So I'm going to give a little, hold on. I'm gonna give it a little shuffle, and then we're gonna see what Lucille Clifton has for us today to help pull together all this work, all this hard work, and the different versions that you had to go through to make what you did. What have you ever traveled toward more than your own safety? Wow. Um, This card is asking us to reflect on what are the things that we made. Oh, I can hold this down. Thank you. What are the things that we made center and important in our lives that has been to our detriment? What are the things that you are holding on to, grasping onto? And it's 8-8, it's the portal. This is the time for you to be thinking about those things because you need to let them go. Your safety, your well-being, your capacity, and your joy is more important than anything else. You have to center that. Nothing is more important than your safety. So if you are in places, spaces, around people, that is something you might think is like, oh, what's my gut trying to tell me? Danger. So how do you move from that? And how do you create safety in the work that you create and give to others? That's deep. So that's the word. And again, I'm so excited to see what you all have done. Thank you for letting me be a part. Thank y'all for asking me to be a part and allowing me to be in my purpose while you all are in your purpose.
Ashe. Ashe. Thank you so much, Harmony Phoenix. And thank you, Ashley. Um, yeah, I guess I should also back up a little bit before we introduce our keynotes. The Luminary Editorial Incubator was a project I approached Ashley with of really wanting to be in practice of a Black radical and loving community to the ends of our individual growth, our spiritual growth, our creative growth, and also our education, right? We are living in some tumultuous times, okay, where education is being attacked, being eroded, and academia has never been a super safe place for Black folks, despite Black women in particular being the most educated populace in the United States. Not everybody a part of this incubator is a woman. Um, Folks might be femme presenting, but the demographics don't get better when you go to the margins, okay? Um, and folks in this space committed to 16 weeks of being in a liminal community to practice doing just that, right? To practice learning, to practice safety, to practice communion within this space. They learned how to create a literary magazine from start to finish with the help of community mentors as well as select members of the SISTORIES editorial staff. And when I say start to finish, I mean that. I mean that. They decided who was going to be the contributors. They sent out the message. They came up with the concept. This symposium, Fluid by Nature, is their concept, right? You're going to be hearing so much from them about how they came to that space. But from start to finish, not only were they editors, they were contributing editors. So their work is also in the literary magazine. Um, 16 weeks, 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 And yeah, this day is a day of celebration of all of their hard work, to hear about what they learned, and what they want to share with you all beyond what is in the forthcoming issue 5 of the Literary Magazine. Give it up, y'all. So I also have the honor of introducing our keynote, Dr. Randi Gill-Sadler. Give it up. Um, I don't have a formal bio for Randi, but I'm going to say the bio that's in my heart, okay? Um, I met Randi doing some communal work. Oh my goodness, met Randi and Ashley. I met Randi doing some communal work with an artist collective I'm a part of called Saltwater Sojourn. I, alongside my creative collaborator, Gia Anansi Shakur, held a space called Revival of the Seers, which was just a space for Black queer folks to come and rest, come eat, come be on some land not owned by white people, being rematriated, um, get fed, get a little bit of coin, and fellowship with like-minded people. And yeah, Randi has been a friend to SISTORIES, but also a friend to me, somebody really, really saving folks out here in academia. They work at Davidson College. And when I tell you, every time I go, the students flock, okay? They're just like, Randi is here, the sane one is here, the person that cares about our livelihood is here. And that also echoes throughout how she's shown up for SISTORIES. So it is truly an honor for her to be the keynote, and I would love to invite them on stage. Please give it up for Dr. Randi Gill-Sadler. Of course.
Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. I'm going to try to do the thing that academics struggle with, which is stay within the time parameters for my talk. So I'm just going to get started. First of all, good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to see you this morning. I want to begin by expressing gratitude, first for M and the invitation to speak today. I have participated in and benefited from your loving practices of assembly, study, and rest for the past 2 years. In the spirit of June Jordan, thank you for making more living room for us all. To Ashley, thank you for your vision, your labor, and your fortitude, all of which brought SISTORIES into the world. It cannot be overstated how lucky we all are to have the spirit of Black letters that we have in you. Finally, I want to express my thanks and love and admiration for the fellows for thinking, writing, studying, and revising that you've done over the last 16 weeks in the Luminary Incubator. I can say with confidence that we are all eager to learn from you all today. Some of the best works of Black literature have been conceptualized, workshopped, and realized in and through community. I hope that today is just one of many of such moments for you and your work as writers moving forward. I titled my remarks for today, Archives and Altars for the Literary South. And in doing so, I'm speaking more to the form and intention of my comments rather than its content. Like an altar, I hope that this keynote honors our ancestors, familial and literary alike, and listens for their words to guide us to the most expansive iteration of the Black South. The literary Souths of the Black literature in this keynote point to archives that we might otherwise overlook, archives that require alternative literacies and sensibilities to hold and behold their content. But my comments come back to a singular truth that I hope we all share or will share by the keynote's conclusion. And that truth is, We cannot cede the Black South to the cultural imaginary of empire. With that in mind, I will begin. The new issues of Sistories explores the textures, sites, and ecologies that color our understandings of the South. My own understanding of the South is grounded first and foremost in North Carolina. My father's family rooted in Appalachia, my mother's family, Ma Pearl, Miss Gill, Papa Union, sprawling between Winston-Salem and Monroe before choosing Charlotte as their final home. While Charlotte is now known for businesses, banks, and breweries, my memories of Charlotte are filled with bygone neighborhoods of West Charlotte, Fairview Homes, Double Oaks, Piedmont Courts, names that cause confusion in the ears of the city's transplants, yet announce secret kinship for those in the know. I grew up with family members who had an appetite for red clay or geophagia, and elders who could smell the rain, siblings who ate pickles, pickled sausages, and pickled pig feet from the corner store. The first magicians I ever met were Black women, women who know how to cook the poison out of poke salad, and sainted women of the United House of Prayer who anointed the heads of infant babies with holy oil and bored the pages of House of Prayer's newsletters to make healing teas. Summer mornings in day camp that began with the Pledge of Allegiance and the singing of Lift Every Voice and Sing, just the first verse. I sang, danced, and played alongside children named Juanitra, Michelle, Vincent, and Ashley, but who I knew as Kiki, Missy, Big Man, Jay, and Pooh, names that made me wonder why my mother would give me a boring name like Randi that couldn't even yield a cool nickname. These are just a few of the textures and memories of my understanding of the South. Time and time again, Black women's literature expanded my idea of the Black South beyond the continental United States, introducing new textures and new memories. Reading Michelle Cliff's No Telephone to Heaven in college, I came to learn of the sonic and tactile textures of Black liberation in Jamaica, the distinct notes of the Abing, Nani of the Maroons embodied resistance as she was rumored to catch bullets with her buttocks and wear the teeth of colonizers as a necklace. It was the first time I heard words like Bukra and Kwashi, and I realized the reach of the slave trade and its continuation and configuration through empire in ways that made me realize the gaps in my own education. The international that I was exposed to was not the internationalism of Cliff's novel. It was an internationalism that reified US imperial rule. But Cliff's internationalism, traversing a Black global South, had a queer Black quality to it. Claire Savage, the protagonist of the novel, repurposing her grandmother's land as a training ground for a group of guerrilla fighters. Kitty Savage, Claire's mother, slipping notes into linen that read, quote, Marcus Garvey was white, end quote, at her job at the laundry service in the US. And Harry, the trans woman and Claire's comrade, writing her a letter with this PPS note, quote, have you ever read C.L.R. James? One impressive brother. I'm in the middle of Black Jacobins. I tell you, girlfriend, the history they didn't teach us. I think I have fallen in love with Jean-Jacques Dessalines, end quote. Cliff's novel realized what Gwendolyn Brooks declared in her poem Primers for Black, that the word Black has geographic power, pulls everybody in, Blacks here, Blacks there, Blacks wherever they may be. In its most expansive form then, I think a Black South invokes this same pull and offers an invitation to forego the imperial enclosure. However, we are living in a moment where that pull of the word Black is being used to geographically and politically tether Southern Black people to the project of US imperialism and genocide. Discourses of foundational Black American identity and heritage and Buffalo soldiers have emerged and reemerged. consolidating the multiplicities inherent to the South and obscuring Black radical struggles against empire. Under a singular fiction that Black Southern Americans' participation in the empire is both desirable and inevitable as our primary reality. To question either discourse results in having both one's Blackness and one's Southernness questioned. The reclamation of the American flag is applauded while our material conditions worsen. To approach the Black South as an anti-imperialist is to recognize and reject empire's geographic disorder, made visible in the physical landscape and in the imperial literary tradition. It is to realize that redlining, gentrification, and gerrymandering are both material and narrative processes that descend from the foundational lies that colonizers told about the earth, lies that still organize how we experience the world. But it is also to render visible the alternative geographic possibilities. It is to, as Toni Morrison suggests in Playing in the Dark, quote, draw a map, so to speak, of a critical geography and use that map to open up as much space for discovery, intellectual adventure, without the mandate for conquest, end quote. I want to do that, create that critical geography and that map with analyses of a few Black women author texts that have remained central to my understanding and commitment to an anti-imperialist Black South, beginning with Ntozake Shange's 1983 poetry collection, A Daughter's Geography. Though Shange is not a quote-unquote Southern writer, nor does she announce this geography as solely Southern, I turn to it because it models a posture of skepticism towards the imperial geographic disorder that I think is emblematic of the Black South in its most expansive form, whether labeled explicitly or not. From the titular poem to New World choral poem announcing a New World chorus, to another poem that features talking okra and greens, Shange's poetics posits a Black South that exceeds imperial disorder. In the poem Fiction/Nonfiction, Okra's intellect addresses Green's mind. Shange writes, quote, most of the world is make-believe and predictable. Our latitudes and longitudes have other names. Shange refuses the veracity and inevitability of an imperial ordering of the world through linearity. And she offers the alternative in the poem Bocas, A Daughter's Geography, extending her rejection of the fiction of empire by offering a geographic paradigm grounded in an intimacy with the earth. She writes, but a long time ago, we boarded ships, locked in depths of seas, our spirits kissed the earth on the Atlantic side of Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Our lips traced the edges of Cuba, Puerto Rico, Charleston, and Savannah. In Haiti, we embraced and made children of the New World, no end to the New World. The New World Global South presented here is at once continental and archipelagic, terrestrial and oceanic, connected by the mouth, the bocas, and lips that write with implicit intimacy. On the page, the countries flow continuously in the poem, uninterrupted by punctuation or conjunction. Histories of anti-imperial struggle joined, running continuously. The coastline suggests corrugation rather than linearity. More, Shange ironically cites the islands of the Caribbean, often reduced to their presumed insularity and smallness, to illustrate the expansiveness of A Daughter's Geography. This geography is distinct from the white colonizers' geography in the poem, where Shange argues we fight the same men, the same old men who thought the earth was flat. Shange heralds what Clifton knows and brings to our attention, Lucille Clifton. In the poem, The earth is a living thing in the Book of Light. She heralds that the earth is, quote, a black and living thing, is a favorite child of the universe. Feel her rolling hand in its kinky hair. Feel her brushing it clean. I'm intrigued here by the textual similarities of the kinky hair strands and the corrugated coastline, textures we come to know through the intimacy of a kiss or the stroking of one's hair. How does this imaging of the South, expansive and textured, disrupt the longitudinal and latitudinal supremacy and require us to hold and behold the South differently? The textured poetics not only speak to the Southern geography, but to its archives, living and embodied. For Clifton, once more, her mother is both the Southern landscape and a living archive. She writes in the poem, Thel was my first landscape, red-brown as the clay of her Georgia, sweet attic of a woman, repository of old songs. Nikki Giovanni extends this union between the Southern landscape and elders as living archives in her Alabama poem. The poem speaker is walking down the road, wondering what the trees would say if they could talk, when an elder man calls out and says, "Girl, my hand seen more than all them books they got at Tuskegee." As the speaker continues down the road, a woman elder calls out, "Let me tell you, my feet seen more than your eyes ever gonna read." She called down, "You a student at the Institute? Better come here and study these feet. I'm gonna cut a bunion off soon as I get up," end quote. The poem speaker ponders the possibility of talking trees and the elders speak, conjoining the two and suggesting that perhaps one speaks through the other. The elders call for another literacy, marking their hands and feet as texts worthy of close reading and study. They introduce a Southern geography of knowledge that is not limited to the halls of formal intellectual work. It reminds me of the communal narrator in Gloria Naylor's Mama Day, who asked a Black scholar returning to the South upon completion of his ethnography how he could have done extensive field work when he ain't never picked a bowl of cotton or a head of lettuce in his life. And we might add, when he ain't never studied the hands and feet of those who have. This other geography of knowledge exceeds the formalized education of institutes and the pages of their books, inviting us to sit and study with their bodies, see what their hands and feet have seen, forego the smoothness of the printed page for calloused hardened feet. The bunion, like the kinky strands of hair of Clifton's poem and the jagged edges of the coastline of Shangha's, betray linearity and reveal it as a fiction, even at the scale of the body. What indeed has this elder woman's feet seen? What have they known? The textures of the Black Belt, the deadly linearity of cotton plantations, the hard labor of sharecroppers, a white bull charging the Black masses. You better come here and study these feet demands that we witness it all and be with it all as the imperial foundations of the world that we live in today. As I draw my comments to a close, I want to return to Toni Cade Bambara's essay, "What is it I think I'm doing anyhow?" A question that immediately suggests the fluidity that is put forth by the fellows in this Fluid by Nature. Bambara, whose cultural work, imaginary and organizing, images a South that resembles Shangha's geography as it connects Atlanta, St. Helena Island, New Orleans, and Cuba, among other places. Bambara, for me, functions as the quintessential model for what it means not to cede our tools to empire. Not the camera, not the novel, not the short story, not the Black written word. She wrote this essay in 1979, time-stamping it as the last quarter of the 20th century, wondering if we could bring the cultural and spiritual together and challenge the psychic power configurations of the globe to ensure our own survival. We gather today in the first quarter of the 21st century as it draws to a close, in a world where colonial powers commit genocide from Palestine to Haiti to Sudan and into our own backyards. The need for anti-imperialist material, spiritual, and cultural analysis is perhaps more dire now than ever. In this moment, I encourage you and encourage all of us to let the Black South mean more and amount to more than measly pleas for inclusion and settler identity. Let the Black South cede nothing, not as textures, memory, archives, and altars to empire. Thank you.
Dr. Dr. Randi Gill-Sadler, y'all. Woo-hoo. I don't know if this mic likes me. Okay, it's working great. All right. Wasn't hearing myself first. We're gonna okay. A resounding make a sound that you might not have made during the keynote. 1, 2, 3. All right. All right. Um, we're going to take the smallest of breaks while this podium, this blessed, hallowed now podium is moved out the way for the next part of our space. It's time to get into the fellows and their presentations and their work and their analysis of what does the Black South mean to us, to the people who are here, to the people who've built it, to the people who have laid the foundations with our lineage, you know? But it's like a five, like a singular song. Can you give us a singular song? I'm talking off stage to our soundscape artist, Holden Excess. Please give it up for Holden Excess. Holden is a community builder. I mean, it's in the name, right? Like Holden Session, it's literally in the name. A community builder, a member of NC Block, the Black Leadership Organizing Collective here in North Carolina. SISTORIES is also a member of NC Block. So it's a family affair today, y'all. We're very excited for the rest of the day, and give us a little something, Holden, while we break for a good 5. Thank you. Oh.
What do you say? Having one of hell of a night. Move it, baby. We can make it larger than life. Leave me, baby. Yeah. Need it, baby. Won't beat around the bush like they do. Cause I see something special in you. Yeah, what do you say? Having one of them hell of a night. Move it, baby. We can make it larger than life. Need it, baby. Yeah. Need it, baby. Won't beat around the bush like they do. Cause I see something special in you.
That free be between us, you my Medina, a queen like Amina or Fatima, redeemer of passion, both had compassion for the black diaspora and all its vastness. You in my plan, thinking of a master, the essence of your dance, the truth in your laughter that I want to capture and cultivate stature. I'll be here for you till the hereafter. There's a clear path to the love inside you. My name's Rashid, it means I'm a guide, so we both are driven. That's why we arrived to a place where now anything we can ride through. To tell the truth, I lied and been lied to. Seeker of a deeper ether, you don't have to hide you. Time to be in front, time to be beside you. I don't want to move with nobody besides you.
What do you say? Having one of them hell of a nights. Move it, baby. We can make it larger than life. Leave me, baby. Yeah. Need it, baby. Won't beat around the bush like they do. I see something special in you. Yeah, what do you say? Having one of them hell of a nights. Move it, baby. We can make it larger than life. Leave it, baby. Yeah. Need it, baby. Won't beat around the bush like they do. I see something special in you.
It means a leader like Stokely over Mia, the ways of a king, honorable and sincere, to get the people freed up, the soul of a rebel with its lead up. When it feel like the world about to erupt, I'ma hold you down till you see up. Optimism
Okay.
that we got for wisdom. We from the same tribe and we locked the rhythm to de-block the system. We did lots of living and lots of giving. A higher vibration, but it's not religion. I want to pour into the riches of your being. We don't diss each other even when we disagree. And let's two-step freedom and help the world see themselves and God and every human being. You everything and you happen for a reason. Your presence is a joy to be in. Yeah.
Do you say heaven when it is hell?
Everybody.
Move it, babe.
Thank you so much, DJ Holden XS, for the vibes during this transition. And we're back. Hello, everyone. Again, hello, everyone on Zoom. We are about to get into the presentations of the Luminary Fellows shortly. I did want to do some Zoom tech clean prep. There will be two fellows presenting back to back, introduced by their mentors. Mentors, also please introduce yourselves. And if any questions, comments, things come up, please put the name of that presenter and your question in the Q&A, and we'll make sure to relay those during the Q&A portion, which will be after the second presenter in this time block, okay? We really want to hear what you all are experiencing, absorbing, and the questions that you have to give to our folks. It's a conversation, okay? Again, a family affair and intentionality in doing so. That being said, I would love to welcome up Ashley Nickens to the stage again to introduce our first presenter. Clap it up.
Hello again, lovely people. Well, my name is Ashley Danielle Nickens once again. As M mentioned earlier, the fellows were each paired with a mentor that was either from the SISTORIES editorial team or from our wider Black feminist badass community. And I had the pleasure and honor of mentoring Chinyere. Chinyere, I have said this so many times over the course of our little personal meetings, but working with you has been the most beautiful reflection of the necessity and importance of work like this, of the work that our beautiful keynote speaker just reminded us of anti-imperialist Black feminist literary traditions, right? You are a light. I am deeply inspired by you. And I am so excited for you all to hear more about the work that Cherry was doing before this incubator and has only deepened and expanded while they were in this practice over these 16 weeks. And so please join me in welcoming Chinyere Erondu up to the stage. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. Clap, clap, clap. Would you like to? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, everyone. I'll probably move to the side if that works with everybody so I can see the slides as well too. But before I begin, I want to also just extend my gratitude to first Ashley for being such an excellent and wonderful mentor. I feel like our weekly one-on-ones has been really a balm, but also just reminding me of the importance of having someone with you alongside the journey and the wisdom that you hold and you carry. And so I'll save my words more for after, but thank you so much. Thank you, M, for spearheading for this incubator and seeding this, and also, creating the capacity for us all to be here. So I just want to also just, extend my gratitude to the fellows and everyone here. In closing out, Dr. Randi, thank you so much for your keynote. I'm leaving here with so much great thoughts, and so thank you for what you shared with us. So to begin, titling our workshop for this afternoon, Marrow as practice, build your library through the elements. And this is as part of the ongoing work that started before this incubator, but has now deepened as part of your library as the altar project. So next slide, please. Do I do it? Is it? Okay, yes. My bad, y'all. Okay. So for our grounding, I wanted to start off with an excerpt from June Jordan, in which she says, I think of the library as a sanctuary from the spectacle, from the alienable, from the unnamed and the seeming unnameable. A library is where you keep record of involvement, the glorious and the ugly tingling of the human spirit with what we meet, with what we see. A library is where you keep records of human experience and humanly defined. That means humanly evaluated, and that means life worded into ideas living people can use. People belong in such a sanctuary. This is from June Jordan, Our Eyes Have Grown. And so I have this here as our grounding in thinking about what it means for us to venture into exploring our libraries as an altar space, but also libraries not just limited to books, but the things that carry us from our own traditions, from our lineages that allow for us to know more about ourselves and the truths about ourselves. Next slide, please. So yes, I have in here also some of our commitments in thinking of keywords that'll allow for us to, for our practice of what it looks like to build your library through the elements. But thinking about it from Black feminism's plural, a Black feminism that's centered in and grounded in an anti-imperialist politic, and one that makes sure that we are clear against empire, clear against the systems of oppression that we hold. So we gather our definition and frameworks from the Combahee River Collective and also from Francois Verge's text, A Decolonial Feminism, to hold our feminist principles to one that thinks about patriarchy, one that thinks about the state, the capital, reproductive justice, environmental justice, and criticism of the pharmaceutical industry. We think about the rights of migrants, of refugees, and the end of femicide. And we also embody the commitment that we are actively committed to struggling against racial, sexual, heterosexual, and class oppression. We realize that the liberation of all oppressed peoples necessitates the destruction of political economic systems, of capitalism and imperialism, as well as patriarchy, and the expansion of the feminist principle that the personal is political. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is more of what it means when we're talking about seeding your library as your altar space, but through the elements, keeping in line with our theme here of our textures and our memories and the ecology of the Black South, and also thinking of it expansively of the global Black South. Through the element, for example, of earth, we remember as Black diasporic people, sorry y'all, as Black diasporic people, how we have ancestrally viewed and regarded the land as sacred, as living, as one that we're in relationship with, coming from lineages where we have herbalists, gardeners, those who tended to the land. And so we have that in view. Whereas we see with coloniality, it will be one to view the land as something only to extract from, one that enforces borders, ones that center nationalism, ones that primes itself on stealing and destruction of the land. And so when we're thinking about how we seed our altars and seeding our libraries, we're thinking about the elements and ways of how can we also both return back to the practices of our people, but also have a further illumination of what it means to be decolonial in our perspective of how we seed our library and our library formations. So in short, we seed our library by positioning our own selves as the decolonial architects of our intellectual and somatic homes, rooted in Black anti-imperial feminism and feminist politics, to design the infrastructure needed for our altars expansively that also don't replicate the symbolic, ritualistic, and iconographic identities of the death-making systems that surround us. Okay. Next slide, please. Back one more, please. Thank you. So kind of just to reflect as we're entering into now the activity workshop portion of this, in becoming the decolonial architects of our somatic, thinking of like the body and what we need in the, or the altar space, but then also for our intellectual homes, thinking of it also not only limited to this is in your home space, but in the places that you call home, your political homes or your spiritual homes, but how can where you convene intellectually be one where all of your cells are able to be in harmony with each other. So we're thinking about the ways that we can become aware of the multifaceted ways that our beliefs, our mindsets, our values, memories, practices, our allegiances and commitments to upholding systems of oppression that happen in the public sphere can also unknowingly or knowingly occur in the private sphere. So in practicing how we seed our library through the elements, we're now able to have better identifiers of, okay, these are the things that are now bleeding into our own internal and home space. How then do we either rebuild, remove, or reshape in a way that it doesn't now also replicate those same systems of oppression here? So ultimately, our vision is to rebuild the literary spaces of our homes as the sacred sites, as our sanctuaries, as our places where we can personally and regularly meet to practice our transformation. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so I'm thinking of an altar in including, the general 4 core elements. Of course, every altar can look different. It can be, depending on the practices that you hold and carry. Some may be here, some may not be here. But in a general sense, some may all, carry the elements of earth, air, fire, and water. So thinking of this as on your altar space, for example, on your altar space, you may have elements of the soil from your homeland that represent, yes, this is where you come from, and you have that here on your altar space. You may have air from the breath that you speak, in the speaking of to your people, to your ancestors, and the prayers that you pray. That is the air that you hold. I know that many, hold this commitment that we too are the altars. We too are walking altars. And so thinking of ourselves in communion with our literary texts and our intellectual practices. So that'll be something that aligns with air. For fire, we have our candles. Oftentimes we will light up a candle in honor or in homage of a beloved one who has recently transitioned, or just, in activating the prayers that we do pray to. And then water, and in the way that you may offer, daily libations, and having that be a conduit for communication also with your beloved people as well too. So I'm thinking of that in the ways then that we can also carry those elements in the way that we build our internal home libraries. So as we become more rooted in the values of a Black feminism that is rooted in anti-imperialism and against empire and its facets, and the practice of memory work in that we remember ourselves, and again, not only hold our library space to only what is written text and prioritizing only the written word, but also from oral history, also from the communications that we've had, also from the ways that, the food that we eat, the way that we carry ourselves. Those are all forms of our knowledges. Thinking about the texts or materials that you have that can symbolize some of the qualities of these 4 elements. So I have on the right-hand side of this slide here just some key words to help generate our thinking around, okay, if I'm thinking of a text or if I'm thinking of a material, these are maybe some words that can jumpstart me thinking about some text that may, be something that represents with this. Ashley and I were speaking earlier, and she had shared about how for Earth, her text would be from Belonging from Bell Hooks, and thinking about how home relates with, then that's something, a text that they would hold. And so thinking about that as a way to, how can we begin to seed our libraries through the elements? So Now let's go ahead and practice. I've already assigned for those of us here in the physical space how we can go ahead and practice. So I have Tiffany here. Tiffany, for me, raise your hand. Thank you. I have Ashley, I have Samia, and I have Fola here, who they all hold the 4 different core elements. And so physically here, we'll divide amongst ourselves evenly to go around and spend 2 to 3 minutes to think about the text that in thinking about, actually prior slide, please. Thank you. Thinking about the texts that align both with our Black feminist aligned values and also the qualities of the elements here. So in real life, not in real life, but physical, sorry, y'all. We'll spend 2 to 3 minutes rotating around with each other just to brainstorm and discuss amongst ourselves what will be some text or what will be some materials that you feel like align with those elements. And then I would like to encourage for us, those who are tuning in virtually, I know that this is webinar format, but in the Q&A chat box section, feel free to list off in the 2 to 3 minutes of text that you two would choose that align either for earth, air, fire, and water. And let this also be a way that we can do resource generating with each other so we can also, be able to have more text in mind to carry for us for after. So for us here physically, if we don't mind, my 4 key point people, thank you so much. For us, I would encourage for us to go ahead and just evenly ourselves amongst the room here. Yes. You're ready. So yes, everybody stretch. Yes, thank you. Stand up. And then I will give a key point time of when it's time to switch, and we'll also be able to, yes, direct us when it's time to switch. But yes, are we all good? 2 minutes, yeah, 2 minutes. All righty. He started 2-minute timer for me. Yes. We also have some music. We got some music. Yeah. All right. And we also got some tunes. So we are ready to begin? Yes. All righty. Okay, perfect. I just want to take off. I appreciate that. The captions were fighting. Okay. Where did the thoughts come from? Okay. One more back. I think it was the back one before that one though. They look very similar. Oh, I think. Good morning. Hi. No, it's not. It's not the video there. Floating meeting a girl there. Usher. Right. Right. I appreciate that. That's the golden time. The wind is so. When the sun settles down, and it takes a love behind. That's the golden time. Folks in the physical space, I know it was so fast, but please finish up your thoughts and rotate to the next element. This way. So Randy's table, Fola's table will come over to the fire table.
I know, I know. The deep conversations. But to another element, okay? Say your goodbyes and gratitudes. Folks on the Zoom, remember, we want to hear what you have to say via the question and answer feature. Label what element it falls under. Another 2 minutes. And our last rotation, head to the last physical element. I know. It was so fast. Last stop. Please close your thoughts. Get the last juicy bits down and recorded. And if we can fade out of this jazzy little ditty and return back to workshop, please return to your seats.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so for those that feel comfortable in our physical space, can I hear probably like from 1 or 2 people, what were some texts that came up for you in your breakout groups?
You can raise your hand, I can run the mic to you.
One of the books that I named for fire was Belly of the Beast by Deshaun Harrison.
Yeah, yeah,
Shout out to Deshaun.
yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, and I know we may have some in the digital.
Ashley, if you come off of mute on the Zoom, you can share if there's any in the chat or in the question and answer. Okay.
Oh, bad.
We
this-
can see them.
Oh, this is good. Okay.
I'm gonna come up to you, Ashley. Okay. Because it's hard to read. Do you want to read them? Yeah. Can you say the name and then?
So an anonymous attendee says, when you say text, do you mean literary work?
Yeah, it can include, and also more so like I'm thinking of what has been, your sacred text or what is also shared to you or with you. I'm thinking of just the things that you may hold as something that is a guide. So it can include literary works, and it also could be expansive in the way that you feel like this is helpful for me in my development.
And we have Brendan Tynes who adds Combahee River Collective Statement representing earth and/or fire.
Awesome.
The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, water.
Yeah.
The Cancer Journals by Audre Lorde, air. And the Bridge Poem by Katie Rushing.
Thank you, Brendan. Awesome. But yeah, this is great. I also wanted to make a note here. I know I did have listed on the slide, thinking of Black feminist text. I also want for it to be expanded in thinking of texts that align with our anti-imperialist politics. So it may not be explicitly defined as a Black feminist text, but maybe a text that allow for us to embody the principles that we need to when we're thinking about how we seed these library and altar spaces. But yes, if we may, I have one more slide and then I'll be done. Alrighty, yeah, really quick. I think you'd be able to take a screenshot. This is the prior. Next slide, please. Yes. So in sharing this in community space prior back in March, these are some of the texts that were brought up from community members when they were thinking about this idea as well too. So for you on the, yeah, take a screenshot, take a picture, keep it. Think of this as a helpful way of thinking from your community, what they were thinking about with their text of choice, and something that could be also a helpful guide for something to explore. All righty. Last slide, please. Okay, so you can scan the QR code as well, and then you'll be able to have access to all of the information, contact website, and everything. But thank you, everyone.
Give it up for Chinyere Erondu. Amazing. Wow, yeah, I'm gonna leave that up there because y'all gonna need, yeah, get your phones out. I know we didn't say anything about phone etiquette. Get your phones out, take a picture, yeah. Everybody on Zoom, did you screenshot it? Yeah, great. All right. Cause it's going away in 5, 4, huh? Oh, we got a question. Yes. As a registrant, you will be receiving a copy of this recording as well as the materials used for the presentations. All right. And on that note, we're gonna keep the ball rolling. I would love to welcome up another one of our mentors and staff member of SISTORIES. Please give it up for Fola. I'm so used to doing poetry, which we force you to keep clapping as people go to the stage. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. I am very excited and honored to invite my mentee up to the stage. Jeané has spent the last 16 weeks ideating on the pieces that they've added to the new issue. And I am inspired by you, Jeané, and the stories that you've told in the conversations we've had, how you've imagined and dreamt the world onto the page in ways for all of us to just be able to think bigger and more broad. And I'll talk more about it after you go through your presentation, but I'm grateful to everyone here for these last 16 weeks we've had together. And Jeané, I will turn it over to you.
Is there somebody who can come to lower the mic? Because I'm going to be sitting. Okay, that should. Okay, can y'all hear me? Excellent.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start out by just offering to do some breathing with me. I usually have breathing slides, but I was like, we can just breathe together. I won't breathe into the mic because that might be anxiety producing. So I like to do count up 3, then exhale 6, if that works for y'all. So this first piece that I'm going to share with you is a poem that I actually wrote to commemorate our orientation weekend. It's entitled Luminaries. We share with twang in it, dropping G's and enduring Y's. In joint pain, these knees ain't what they used to be. Tales of the lip and thigh smacking kind, a rhythm specifying our creative liberation, libations of the shoot the shit and claim our blessings time, with music's love, nourishing into kinship. Okay, next up will be longer. It will be the beginning of my story commemoration that is in issue B. The Unicad bombers loom a few blocks up, undercarriages striped in spangled maple leaves, which glow in place of the sun choked out by the rampant smoke screaming up from our mangled enclave. The Defender's launch alert blares from further down Robeson Way toward its intersection with Jones Road, and I duck behind a barricade, formerly the post office entrance, with Azalea Boulevard's other survivors. Crouch what may be our last hope spill from our lips and hands as the whizzing of rockets launching shreds the chaos to wreak havoc of its own. Whimpered inhales, hesitant panting, then a chorus of explosions and a succession of impacts set the ground quaking. We clamp together, eyes shut. After a while, everything ceases, achingly quiet, but only at the Defender's all-clear drumbeat do we dare ease to our feet, or since some had to ditch their assistive devices, into one another's arms, and take in the unmaking of our home. Beside us, the leafy street survivors tentatively inch their way out and through turnips rammed together side paths. A radio begins broadcasting in a fit of static, causing those on their feet to stumble rigid. Southern High Melon has whooped them out the sky, but we're suffering terribly for the trouble. West Coast First Stewards can also confirm. New York's 2 men, an automated voice announces the termination of a countdown over Balling. At least it'll be a full house in Mesquite Magnolia. Woo! Just thankful the land, the water, and we endure. Combined warriors have detained UC's executive judiciary with the Lakes Protectors and Northern First Stewards backing. Our brigade successfully raided armed forces bases and weapon stockpiles as well. Now we are handling the remaining colonies. None of us will be left. There will be no concessions. It goes on, relays of devastating triumphs and things that can't be regained, and glimmers of could be, for I don't know how long, when a child of Era, holding the radio aloft, asks if they can send out a message for our clave. Everyone converges around Brianna, who tells our comrades that Murray-Lou's still here. Then we fix to dancing despite the anguish dripping from us, despite the difficulties we can already anticipate, because we sure are. I rub the drift from my eyes, shivering with tenderness and tender pain. That's that for sleep then. I creakily rise and, after some defunking ablutions and garment retrieval, exit my apartment. Escorted by solar torches, I ponderingly make it from Fifth Nine's patching of bricked and glossy overhauled buildings to another street via thoroughfares of reclaiming flora, humming along with non-human fauna about their nocturnal business. Then I cross Crescent's Plaza, lapped by aesthetic and memorial gardens where shadows crowd its benches and pavilion at this hour. Our vastness brew is perpendicular to its southwestern exit. Its sign, a broken pomegranate gushing its name in scintillating letters to a nebula, is a beacon in more than shine. On the side of the front door that isn't belled, I grip the knob, styled after the sign starring fruit, and it unlocks, recognizing my palm print. A twist, and the door hinges inward reflexively. I enter, cherishing the transient stillness, and traverse the dark ushered by boothbacks textiled smooth and the weave salvage oak of the arched bar to reach the kitchen. The door swings shut behind me as I switch on the overheads, evincing a homey commercial layout. I study today's menu, pinned between the pantry door and the first fridge, to get my priorities straight. Night prior, we received our produce donations from this week's community farm and harvested any companions from our greenhouse and raised beds out back. A harmony of heirlooms and remixed traditions. I'm carried into the current of baptizing, caressing away or given a little elbow grease to grit, reshaping with considerate cuts. The world is brought back by the front door opening again. I don't lose momentum, but project gratitude to Clyde for also bypassing the bells. It's the slow drag canter Clyde manages in clumpy boots, and that Gary will be a late arrival today. I look to Clyde's hands, a singed paper to the mushroom underhood of Clyde's shirt that wiggle a wave and sign, "You up for talking?" I give a thumbs down. Clyde reciprocates the inverse, then slips into the pantry. By the time Clyde reemerges, jacketed with dishes labeled salt and potato starch, nested atop a sack of flour, I've set up a scale and electric kettle alongside a sieve, glass measuring cup, and heat-proof bowl at Clyde's station and returned to mine. The shushing scrape then breathy need of Clyde birthing dough joins in with the tumble snap crinkle of my getting things together. I turn back to put stuff on my prep cart with the variegated purple okra I set there earlier and discover a slim bunch deftly aligned into a heart. I pat over my own, glancing at the counter Clyde is starting to spot with wrappers. But breathing in a beginning, my eyes detour to the stove where a girthy pot has been settled. I ferry everything prepped where it'll be of use and pull up a tall chair to Clyde's station. Clyde scooches a teeny scoop to me. I crown the wrappers with mounds of the surrounded bin of tofu filling, pat it out with cabbage and carrot whose marinade is sharp with anise basil, scallion, and chili sesame oil. Intercepting the savory freshness the burbling chowder has developed, my stomach laments its neglect. Right, gotta ensure I eat too. While I keep dispensing the filling, I mentally shop what we have in the leftovers department or qualifies as a meal and is edible as is, because though I have a knack for readying the raw materials, I'm passable at cooking in theory. Certainly attuned to this little quandary of mine after decades of friendship, Clyde stops gyoza generating and signs, "We'll gobble this last tray. So put the rest away, stir that okra into the chowder for me, then get the pans and heat a tablespoon of oil in each." Clyde's mouth shapes to an ooh, and suss out where Gary put our cucumber salad. And I'm attuned enough to Clyde to know exactly which are the pans. Mindful of and marveling at the symmetry of Clyde's pleated crescents, I cover the trays with wax cloth and divide them between the fridge and freezer. I set a timer for when the latter will be hardened enough to bag and complete the remaining tasks. As I do so, the bells jubilate. Then there's Diacre and Hennis's usual accompaniments, water hissing and boiling alive, fridges expelled pressure, cabinets thumping shut, drawers jingling ajar. Clyde places the gyoza concentrically in the pans. When their bottoms are radiantly browned, both get a movement check and fourth cup of water. Their immediate lidding mutes the roar of its contact with glistering oil. After the water is steamed away, Clyde removes the lids and gives the bottoms a little longer to redeem any compromised crispness in the dregs of oil before synchronizing them around the two platters. I set out with cucumber salad and dipping sauce in their focal divots. Clyde and I go to the bar, position the trays for equitable grabbing, and sit in the stools extending out at our presence. Dow's rubus mane, whitening edgewise, hangs further down their back as they tilt their chin skyward to bat out a yes. Hennis guffaws and swirls its almost blending fingers above the bar top to invoke cups with the handles erupting from their sides. Ida presses the leftmost tap and fills them with the chilled tea, the blush of peach that upon tasting, I realize also has a zing of pear and maybe ghost grape. I tune out chopstick clicks, gyozas crepitating between sips, budding conversation, and witness our vastness brews elimination. Recessed goldenrod walls with cushy book nooks curtained by eclectic pathos. The faux dusty, simplified calligraphy of the digital chalkboards centered amid the freeform iron shelves. Thoroughly knick-knacked and supplied behind the bar. A languid floor plan where booths are staggered to encircle, but not encroach on it. In parallel, spanning the front window, the gathering table. A repurposed door for Murray Lou's extinct town hall. More extinguished. I pinch myself to avoid another drift so soon. Clyde discreetly waves at me in the gap of our stools and signs. Sensory overload? I can tell the Tempest twins to dial it back. I shake my head with a cough, concealed laugh. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, yeah, it works. Thank you, Jeané. So we were just going to have a little Q&A about Jeané's piece, which is in issue 5. And I got to witness this piece come together, provide some edits and thoughts as you went through the process, as the other fellows did.
Cuckoo, great. Can we invite up Ashley and Chinyere as well to join you in the Q&A after your Q&A with Jeané?
You want to come up like after they finish, after we finish?
For everybody who's participating to be able to ask questions for Jeané as well as for Chinyere.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that.
I'm not going to be on stage, so maybe running the mic. So y'all orient how would make sense.
So do you want us to do a joint Q&A? Oh, okay.
But you can start with Jeané's, but we're going to be integrating everybody else's questions as well.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Mhm.
I guess I thought there was it would be them, and that works. Does that work for you?
Yeah, works.
Okay.
But
Okay. Let me pull up my notes. So in our conversation, like when we were planning for this symposium, you had mentioned that when you were writing commemoration, you were thinking about a past re-envisionment. And something you said was you were conceiving of the future with a sense of immediacy, which really stuck to me. So the future not as something far off, but something that that's not unattainable or unreachable, your words. So how did commemoration come to be, and how did it shift over the course of the incubator with the other like minds you were working with?
yeah, so I started writing commemoration a couple years ago. It actually started with as a flash piece. It was from a prompt for a magazine around Lorna Simpson, and there was actually a quote. A friend, Raj, who's tuning in, had sent me in the quote. I can't remember exactly, but it said like the expansiveness of all we can be, and that's how I actually had opened the flash, and that's where our vastness brew got its name from. But I ended up shifting it and extending it last year. I started that work because I realized that it was too soon to the events that this piece opens with, that I needed to give Murray Lou more time and for that space to kind of come together. And the fellowship kind of helped. I hadn't workshopped this piece before, but just hearing that feedback and then, a sense of alignment when I sub pieces, I felt like this is where it was meant to be and why that had all fallen into place how it had.
Yeah. I don't know if you all like really picked it up while they were reading, but Jeané, you described like the act of signing language in your writing, and I have never seen that before. I would love to find out if other people have seen that in writing. But to me, and we talked about this in conversation, that felt like groundbreaking in a way to see how you conceptualized nonverbal language on paper. And so I'm curious, how did you think through writing a nonverbal character?
So for me, sign language is something I do like to integrate in my work, just thinking expansively about how bodies like exist in the world, And all of mine, I kind of utilize a concept I call speculating chronic illness, disability, and disability, like in parentheticals, thinking with Sammy Schalk about how disability and ability, they define one another, and really like expounding on that space is important to me. So like how bodies move in space. So sign language felt natural. I've always been really interested in learning more about it. I'm not a signer, so I really do try to carry that with a lot of care in my work. But I also thought about like because I've also done rhythm sign languages in some of my work. And that's kind of based on the origins, I think, of storytelling, how drums play a really big role in a lot of cultures with storytelling. And also, I think about the narratives on this continent, how slaves used to communicate through codes with drums. That's where the drum beat at the opening of this was very intentional to utilize that as a warning system. But also thinking about with sign language, thinking about the body and like bringing people into spaces who might otherwise be pushed to the side or not really acknowledged, like specifically having a nonverbal character, allowing them the space to be nonverbal and not be judged for that, and to have community around them that supports them in that reality means a lot to me.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And I think we all talked about it in the group, like the care that you brought to the characters in this like post-apocalyptic world that they were living in. So my last question before we open it up into a group discussion, you also had mentioned when we were talking that healing is not a fixed point. And I was thinking about maybe what luminaries were coming up for you as you were writing this piece and going through this process, who guided you through that process?
I can't think of a specific mood, but I do think about my grandmother, specifically with the violence that happens in this piece and having it the way that it is, where I could not escape the fact that there was a reality where something drastic had to happen in order for this community to survive, and kind of thinking about like so often the discourse can become like nonviolence, violence, and it's like this is not a time for dialogue, it's a time for action in this community. And I think that luminaries that really does speak to is Audre Lorde. I was just speaking about like specifically the way in which Audre moved that was about community. It wasn't this individualistic savior type of complex. I feel like that is definitely somebody who connects so deeply with and whose work I appreciate so much for that.
Thank you. And I appreciate you. M, are you gonna come back up?
Yeah, please clap it up for Jeané.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeané. Yeah. So should we back?
If we could orient so everybody is centered and can be seen. Yes. Think of underneath the projector center. And now, yeah, this is a time to go deeper into each of the luminaries you've heard thus far. Questions can be asked by the mentors, of course. But also looking to you all on Zoom and to you all in this space. I will be runner. Are there any questions, comments, praises? We like it all. Please raise your hand to indicate as such.
Oh, hey there. Jeané, I appreciate your writing and your work. The poem was so beautiful, and I just wanted more. And I was like, I ain't gonna get it, and that's okay. 'Cause you really like captured, like I really felt like I could see, how y'all were in the space and sharing space together, and that was very beautiful. And it's like this was just like Black joy. And then the piece that you read, I'm typically not like a fiction reader, but I felt like I was brought immediately into that world that you were cultivating, and just like the details were just really it really caught me. So thank you so much for that writing, and I'm excited to read it whenever it drops.
Thank you.
For Chinyere, I was curious like how you came up with the idea of like your library being an altar, and also like having the system of like fire, earth, and all of that.
Yeah. So December of 2022, December 2023, I went to Nigeria with my family and spent time at my paternal grandparents' home. And prior to that, I had a reading done, and it was shown that I had a lot of like literary ancestors in my lineage. And so the things I do, just that's going to be within that realm. But particularly for my grandfathers. Now, they didn't say the names, but they just said you have grandfathers who are literary and in your tradition that you need to tend to. So I went back to my grandparents' home, and everything in their home is still intact as if they were still there right now. My grandmother is still alive. My grandfather passed in 96. I was born in 97. And so in his room, there is like, shelves upon shelves of all of his books. He was a literary evangelist. And so just like seeing how his books, his letters, letters that he had sent, letters that he hadn't been able to send, literally just felt like a time capsule into his home. I was, spending time there for the day, and then, came back thinking about that, remembered the reading that was done. And then, yeah, just began to think about this. And then, yeah, I was journaling one night, and then the name came to visit me. And so that's really where this all began. So it's because of my grandfathers that this work is here.
Thank you, thank you. I have a question for Chinyere. So I guess I have a bit of a spoiler because I know where your piece is in the mag. When it comes to elements, can I say that? I don't know for folks who are waiting on seeing the mag, but when it comes to the elements, I know your piece is in air, and I am interested as to why Marrow and why air. And I'm just curious about that connection.
I mean, I could start with that. I'm a Gemini, so maybe we could do that one. But I was thinking about it of the, during this time for this incubator, I was spending time with the passage Ezekiel 37. Now, I know I shared with Ashley, like, though I don't identify as a Christian, also, like, back to my grandfather, he was a pastor as well. So there's a lot of, so there's a lot of, theology here. So I'm spending time in that passage, and I think what struck me the most was that in that Ezekiel, he was, this is a vision that he's going through, and he's now there in this valley, and it's a valley of just bones everywhere. But the spirit that's brought him to that valley has said to him to go ahead and prophesy that these bones now rise up. And so when I'm thinking about it, it's not just that your bones are there, there's also marrow inside. And marrow in your bones is what gives your bones that structure and that sustenance to be able to move. And so thinking of it of like breath as in what are the stories and what are the narratives that we tell each other or that we tell ourselves in a way that allows for us to come back alive and or be able to tell the truth to each other and ourselves that make us feel alive again. And so I'm thinking about air in terms of like, yeah, our communication, but air also from narrative, and then air as in this is something that actually has a tangible effect on our bodies that allows for us, like in the end of that vision, after Ezekiel now does that prophetic word, now there's a whole army that's in this valley that's risen up. And so what does this then mean for like the spirit to then identify Ezekiel as that person to share to their people, this is what you should say, and thinking about that of like the narratives that we are also given by our ancestors to come back to the work that we can do, come back to the gifts that we have already had so we can be back alive again. And so thinking about that as like a generational practice too, but air as in communication and an air as in tangible effect to the deepest part of our bones.
Any other questions in the physical space?
Thank you, Runner. I have a question for Jeané. As you were talking, I was really sitting with the tradition of Black speculative fiction holding futures that include and recognize the foundational nature of disability justice and our ability to like imagine a new world. And I'm curious, who are some of the writers that you draw upon or that kind of color this way of engaging your writing and world building? Because I think it is inherent for people who are aware of the necessity of accessibility to see that through line in a lot of like Black speculative writers or Afrofuturists, but I don't think that is the tone that the average person picking up a Parable of the Sower is going to hold in thinking about Octavia Butler's characters. I'm curious, like what is some of your inspiration, and who are those writers that you think kind of get at some of the same things that you're talking about in your work?
Yeah, one that starts off the bat is Akwaeke Emezi, specifically the way that Akwaeke utilizes language too really speaks to me, and the way that they engage in storytelling.
Your presentation and sort of your explanation around your grandfather brought up for me is sort of this thinking about honoring ancestors that were illiterate, not by choice, but by like being prevented from learning to read. And how, I mean, it's something I've been thinking a lot about working with ancestors that are Christian as a non-Christian person in the present, but thinking about how, as a person who writes and reads and works with words and archives, how to honor ancestors who did not have the privilege of reading and writing. And so, yeah, I think it just, your work has made, it's making me emotional to think about like what ways to implement literature as a part of an altar place and reading to ancestors and giving them those words that they were not able to access in their lifetime. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. This is a question for Chinyere. Thank you for sharing your work. I'm curious on your exploration of altars, if there was any sort of themes or like aha moments that came up, maybe less on the literary side and more of like exploring like physical commemorations of our ancestors. If yeah, anything you want to share?
Yeah. I would say like the first year I had an altar space was early 2022. And my mother passed when I was much younger. But this is no shade, but I mean, it is what it is. But with my family, it's kind of just like, when someone passes, after they pass, no one talks about the person anymore. And so for a good chunk of my life, it was more so like my mother passed and then it was silence. And so starting of 2022 of, having a picture of her framed in my home and in my own personal space, I hadn't had that before. So it started with a photo. Then it started with, thinking of perhaps what kind of flower would she like? So now I have, flowers there. Thinking about just like, okay, I have an idea of perhaps like scents you would also be drawn to. So I have a rose candle. And then also just thinking about like, in my morning time or my morning routine, I like tea. So now I'm, pouring cups for her and myself. And so that was really where it all started. And then from there, then I began to be more introduced to my grandfathers and then to other people that revealed them own selves. But really it was more so about a way of, in my extended family, there was just a lot of silence around those who have died. And for my own self, I really wanted to be able to gently nurture into that practice of, well, if no one else will talk about her, at least let me, have space to, remember her. And so that's really where it all began. And then, we add the literary after, but yeah.
Do you have a question, Ashley? We got one in the chat, but yes.
No,
please.
go ahead with the
Okay.
chat.
Oh, we got one here too. Go ahead.
I'm just curious what your thoughts are, if you have any, on anti-Blackness as ableism.
Was that for Jeané in particular or for both panelists? Particularly for Jeané, but anybody can answer.
Oh, damn. But amen as well. But specifically thinking about, when we think about otherification that happens with Black bodies, and then you think about ableism, how it creates, specifically with disability, this creation of worlds in which bodies don't need. And I think about specifically for us who are melanated and who exist in otherwise within gender, sexuality, and how we ourselves are not given the space to need, and how that can be a specifically anti-Black practice in denying us that space.
Thank you. We have one, I think we have one, maybe another popped up. Okay. A question from Takia Elliott. How do you foresee, for Chinyere, how do you foresee the Marrow practice teaching others how to use literature to do ancestral altar work or other forms of conjure and veneration?
Hi, Dr. Elliott. Yes, I would, I'm thinking about this of, I'm reminded that like we never start from scratch. And, within the Black diasporic tradition and just embodiment, we never start from scratch. And the reason why and I think this points back to the point that I brought earlier about how, like, after my mother passed, there was silence. I grew up Seventh-day Adventist. And so one of the fundamental beliefs was that when you die, the dead know nothing. And so you just have to wait until Jesus comes back, and then you can be reunited with them again. But in this interim time, that's it. And so I'm thinking about like how that causes so much fracturing within us as Black diasporic people of, what do you mean then if our loved ones die, that we have no communication with them, or we have no way to continue who they were with us? And, whether we think venerating them as a technology of itself, or being able to hold them dear and keep them alive as a way for us to continue living on, what does it then mean to, be within this Christian faith that demands for you to turn your eyes away from that? And so I'm thinking of, the Marrow practice and just what this looks like in terms of remembering that we don't start from scratch. And also, even if a physical death does occur, we also don't die. And so because of that, we're able to access, the knowledge from our people, access their own essence, not in like a consumerist type of way, but just more so about like, I shared with our group earlier, I was thinking about with Gwendolyn Brooks, like we come along as one, we stand as 10,000, we carry our people with us, we look like our people. And so how does that help us as, being able to, in ongoing daily, how anti-Blackness looks like in many ways, shapes, or form, things that want us dead, things that demand that we die, and does everything so we do die. How does having our connection with our people allow for us to remain and make our way through? And so that's what I envision for this work to carry through, especially through the narrative front, but also in a way for us to cope through grief and grief work and love and care work as well too, to our people. And so, yeah.
Penultimate question, just in case a mentor has a question.
Hey, this is HP. It's not really a question. I'm just like very moved And I just wanted to point out, especially for the people that are here and also on the Zoom, what you said around how you reintroduce yourself to your mother. And then in doing that and taking care of yourself, you took care of her. And then more of your folks introduced themselves to you. That's the work. That's the remembering. So I just wanted, in case that was missed, if you don't have an altar, if you feel like you don't have any connection to people who are no longer walking with us, you do. Just reach out for them and they'll reach out for you tenfold.
You heard them. Any other questions?
Well, the chat asked all my questions, so thank y'all. Appreciate you and the people in the room. But I think one thing that Chinyere and I talked about a lot during our mentor and mentee sessions has to do with what HP was just talking about, and also just what you mentioned about how pressing breath to Marrow and the Marrow practice is rooted in the stories that we tell that help us come back alive. And so much of that is about our personal evolution and our personal transformation. And so I was curious, in what ways do you think your work has reflected your evolution? I know that, this started as your library as the altar, or excuse me, started as the conflicted womanist, right? And it has since evolved. And we talked a lot about like letting our projects grow and be what they are, what and who they are in many ways. So yeah, in what ways do you think your work has reflected your personal evolution? And are there any specific internal narratives that have shifted to help you come to this point?
I would say that I think I am, like, I think of my work now not as like a thing that I own, but it's teaching me. And so I think this year alone has allowed for me to, really take a back seat and like, listen, like, what are you trying to tell me versus like, this is what we need to do. And also it just like even in the renaming process of like not like the Marrow practice wouldn't be without the conflicted womanist, wouldn't be without my 14-year-old self blogging under the name Curly Adventure. Like there's a lineage, I guess, even to this and even in the transformation. And so I feel like this has allowed for me to not slow down, but more so just like be more still so I can just be more of a witness or observe how this work wants to work on me and work through. And so now I'm in a conversation with this work versus I feel like beforehand it was more of like, we got to do this, got to do that. And I'm grateful for that. So yeah.
Thank you. And then I have one more question for both of you. How do you feel the incubator itself has influenced, well, the incubator and just stewarding this issue, the fluid by nature issue? How has it influenced the way you think about yourselves as writers, as editors, as archivists? Like, has anything shifted? Has anything deepened? Just curious in general.
I can start. I feel like I entered this space because I was really yearning for community. I've been really lacking that the last few years. And I feel like that's why I also write about communities. The way I write about them is a way of trying to manifest that in my space. So I really appreciated the opportunity to do that with such an incredible group, such an aligned group of folks, and to work on this issue the way that we did and to create like what we've realized. It's been super important to me. And also on the editorial side, I consider myself a copy editor and I love doing that work, but specifically I've been shifting my practice to giving that labor to like the communities that matter to me. I'm also a CE at Diasporic Speculative Magazine, speaking of like how I'm expanding my archive, choreo. I've been doing that work the last 3 years, and I'm also going to be a co-poetry editor at Anathema magazine. We're relaunching next year. So this is all like seeds that I'm going to be carrying forward and doing it in community because our stories really matter. And something I tell people a lot, folks are probably sick of me saying it, but it needs to be said is that our work doesn't get the care it needs because people are afraid of our work. So they're not giving it the attention that it needs. Like they're like stead. And it's like, yes, some things are step, but some things actually are edits that need to happen to help a work come fully into itself, you know, and we really do need that attention. And I think it's so important.
That's really good. I think I would say that, yeah, I've been writing more than I have editing. And so this has really like opened my eyes, and I'm grateful for being able to be in a space like this, an incubator like this. There's so much labor, so much love in a good way. Hold on. But like, there's a lot of like, yeah, that's a lot of like care work and labor that's done into being with each other's pieces. And whether you see it from like, you know, these are the thoughts I have, what do you think, to final form, and just thinking of that as like, yeah, whether it's a birthing process or just, yeah, just care work. But I'm really grateful to think of it more so about like, how can this also be an extension of love through the writing and editing lens, and how to do so also communally and learn about each other also in the process and practice the things that we say that we hold. So
Thank you both.
Please give a round of applause for Jeané D. Ridges and Chinyere Ndero. I guess, feel free to make your way off the stage, good people. Do you need a hand? Okay. Rail or hand, rail or hand. We good? We good? We Gucci? We Gucci? Okay, okay, there you go. All right. Okay, wonderful. That was our first bit of reflections. And we are about to transition into our midday social hour. Just a little bit of housekeeping things, both in the physical space and via Zoom. If you have come in here but have not taken a COVID test, please do so during this time. We have them outside at the SISTORIES table. There's also masks available for any who would like to wear them. The assumption is that if you are unmasked in this space is because you has come back COVID-free. So let's make sure that is the case moving forward, especially since we're about to be social and be each other's faces, you know? Let's make sure it's just, you know, beautiful brushed teeth smell and nothing else. All right. In terms of the Zoom, we're gonna have a lovely countdown for you so you know when to come back. But Zoom folks, take care of yourselves. You know, we don't have a bite for you, but in your space, feed yourself, break bread virtually with us. We have about I think we have about an hour. We're gonna have some soundscapes by Holden Excess the DJ as they make their way, oh so tenderly, to the table. All right. So yeah, we have if you go out in the hallway, there's a SISTORIES table. Please interact with the table. We have everything is free, okay? No barriers. We have editions of issue 4. 5 is not here, but 4 is here. Also, if you are here and on Zoom, you already gonna get a copy, okay? Don't worry about it. But if you're in the physical space, visit the SISTORIES table. We also have in this lobby, it's a room, but we're calling it the lobby. In the lobby, there is a table that we're gonna have our, our political home, NC Block. Please visit NC Block and talk to the folks and learn about what work is moving to change the material conditions of Black people in North Carolina. Visit the table. There's also a bar in that lobby area with some snacks, with some drinks. But yeah, let's get to it. I'm gonna leave it to DJ Holden, and if our tech can put on the screen for the Zoom as well as us about how much more time we have in this space before we turn back to the symposium. All right.
My love is honest and proven that I can prove it. I can prove my love, yeah. The sun on shore, give you the world if it was mine. Now you're right on my door. Feels fine. So fine. Like paradise. But it was mine. The sun sure give you the world if it was mine. Now you're right through my door. Feels fine. So higher, higher, higher. I can't take you higher. Oh, higher. I can't take you higher. Higher. I know I've seen you before, baby, in my dreams, baby, at the corner, when something feels right, so hard to fight. Gotta let you know, I can't take you higher, higher, higher. I can't take you higher, oh, higher, higher, higher. I can't take you higher. higher, higher, higher. I'm getting to you higher, 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 higher. I'm getting to you higher. I never want to know what's on my mind. Intensity's too slow when something feels right. It's hard to find. And let you know, I can take you higher, higher, higher. I can take you higher, oh, higher. I can take you higher, higher. I can take you higher, higher. Higher, higher, I'm getting to you higher, oh, higher, 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 I'm getting to you higher.
Brother,
Picking up the pieces on another phone, trying to find the meaning of it all. I fall. I stumble closer to oblivion, 'cause I'm holding on. My passions, they are so incurable, and I'm falling. Oh, you think losing time. Change and rise, and then the creative rush of this time, it comes in. Infinity hits me like a cool breeze. I rush in. It all comes to me free with ease. But say, when I don't go, I thought the free flow. I'm hustling. You think that losing time. Take them right, take them right.
Yes, Lord. Someone hit me the other day for a rendezvous. Long time no see, was it time to use? Bright eyes like the lights at the carnival. Held combos but never held accountable. How's your mama do? How your papa do? Oh, me, I've been freer than the sample food. But like a sample loop, around and around I move until it's clear. Then I'm back to back in bags of loot. Spend years trying to steer both hands on you. Till I finally understood that I was spinning my hoop. Rather spinning my wheels, getting up in my years. But still I feel like a kid when I'm fooling with you. Young nigga gotta live, that's the motto they use. Without them niggas still live in their mama's back room. So I'm back in my street, looking up at the stars. When they reminisce, so we ask, yeah, yeah. Breaking you down the side. You want to lie, and I say, you down the side. You want to lie, and I say, let go back, and I say, downstairs. Yeah. You would have killed me more than one time to win the big hit. I would have just played it off like, alright, I deal with it when it gets here. And I remember when I used to live for more than just the usual sticks before the love is sin, but cast the black mask over the consequence, set it right by you from within. And all of a sudden, now running, it all starts coming back. But what love is, and it don't fade. It don't fade. It don't fade, don't fade. And it won't change. And I like to dream the way it does happen. When all the laws of attraction break all the walls that were trapped in. I can see coming back when you wanted to learn more. I want to love more. I want to get further. It's not too far from home.
Break it, Kool-Aid. Break it down, bring it down. Bring it back. Kool-Aid. Let's go. Let's go. With it. Hold it back. Walk. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, walk with it. Come on, let's go. What? Walk. Everybody with it. Everybody, come on. Everybody on the floor. Let's go. Walk. Right. Come on, let's shake it, break it down. Let's go with it. Give me with it. Give it. Whoa. Stand to it. Whoa. Hold it. Come on, hold it back. Whoa. Hold it back. Shake it. Hold it back. Shake it. Rock. Come on. Think about something. Walking with it. Walking with it. Eat the Kool-Aid. Come on. Right, walk. Know yourself. Walk. Third wall. Come on. Wasting all of Let's go. Baba. Everybody. Let's go. Come on. Third wall, holding on. 7, 8 wall. West Bank holding on. 17 holding on. The other wall. West Bank. Let's go. Rock. Everybody, come on. Walk. Move your body, buddy. Got to come on. Move it. Shake it with it. Walk with it. Move it. Your shoulders with it. Make with it. Legs with it. Your thighs with it. Exercise. Let's go. Come on. You wasted all your tears. Come on. Rock with it. Move with it. Rock with it. Top side with it. Top side with it. Move with it. Work with it. Top side with it. You. Cali, third wall. Cali,
My baby, you know Sunday when you coming like on your window. And if you keep, I could take you, shake you. I still start in your case, you can go make a mistake, you. And if you leave, I could press you. In a setup, you don't do your body now, your body better. And I come give never. Never making love better. Every day different palava. The other day when I jump Natasha, she say I give the day banana. Don't be me to a mo na. One time for my baby, you. You know Sunday when you me like on your down window. And if you give, I could take you. Shake you. Still they start your case, you. Can no come make a mistake, you. And if you leave, I could press you. That should be my order. I put something for your heart. You give me some nana. You go be my baby man. I will push and go. Show more. I said, what did you done? I say you not there when I do it for my done. And then they catch you pull and I did see I'm a done. Your body make me strong up in a Jackie Chan. But if you use me, Shannon, no go pick your car. So make you no go tell me at all. Say my baby, you. You know Sunday when you. Me like on your down window. And if you keep, I could take you. Shake you. I still they start with your case, you. And you can make a mistake, you. And if you leave, I could press you. That should be my order. I put something for your heart. You give me some nana. You will be my baby man. Vanessa, Vanilla, Beba, Vanessa, Shalewa, Vanilla, Beba, Shalewa, Vanessa, Vanilla, Beba, Vanessa, Shalewa, Vanilla, Beba,
I feel in my mind. I wanna dance tonight. It's in the air tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know it's all your fault. No, I don't want to stay, no. You're breaking down the door. Don't let me go, no. I just wanna hold you. I need no control, no. Would you let me love you? Me love you, and start over. I lost my devotion. I got love to show you. Would you let me love you? Me love you, babe. I got love to you, I know you started. Please don't give you any something. I got my eyes on you, pull like a curtain. I'm impatient with you, know my heart. This is how I look without makeup. With no brow, my head is sat down low. My hair ain't ever hung down to my shoulders. And it might not grow. Shit, you never know. But I'm clever. When I'm about to ride, I'm clever. Always on your mind, she's clever. And I really want to grow. But what? You're the last to know. Nowadays my figure ain't so fly. My dress ain't cost nothing but $7. But I made it fly. Yeah. I tell you why. Cause I'm clever. When I'm about to ride, I'm clever. Always on your mind, she's clever. And I really wanna know, but what? Let's know. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, 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 yeah. I think it's time, baby. Conversations heavy on my mind. You don't look me in the eye. Crazy how you put I love you to the side. Crazy you don't even try. Think about what we had. Remember it felt so right. Remember this was wrong. This is true. But I didn't know the thing. But we was on the side. Trying to get it through. You know what to do. Spit it out. 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 You gotta spit it out. Say it right now. You gotta spit it out. Say it out loud. You gotta spit it out. Say it right now. You gotta spit it out. Say it out loud. Wrong face on the wrong date in the same book on the wrong page. Down to earth, but we ain't no sense. And it does fact that we both changed. All we had to wanna say it. Heard a boom drop in the hallway. Heard my heart stop when you called me. I was hoping that you would say just in an honest way. But instead the phone was breaking up. Think about what we had. That's this time. But I didn't know the thing. But we was on the Spit it out, you gotta spit it out, say it right now. You gotta spit it out, say it out loud. You gotta spit it out, say it right now. You gotta spit it out, say it out loud. You gotta spit it out, say it right now. You gotta spit it out, say it out loud. You gotta spit it out, say it right now. You gotta spit it out, say it out loud. Loud, loud.
Stacking up my money, no time for your shit. Money kolapo, I don't care for your hate. Me no fighting. Me no fighting. Throwing tantrums from bungalow out there. I did my penthouse, you can't even reach me. Me no frightened. Me no frightened. It is not your fight, stand down. I'm not the one that. But I cool it down, down, cause me no fighting. It's not your fight, stand down. I'm not the one, you know I'm not your problem. You can't be me, why bother? Don't have your time now. Only me bow down. Obambi no farabale. Oboya ko lari mole. Okay. Oh no, it's okay, let them say. Trouble no they pay me. Jaye on the day. Okay. Oh no, we go there, okay. Oh no, I just want Jaye. Look.
Open you up high every night, talking sweet and looking fine. I get you from the sky. Baby, I'm so into you. Tell me if you only knew all the things that look through my mind. But it's just the sweetest things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but there's a rock star creeping slow, and it's going to end. And my heart beats faster when you take me over. Something from the top, yeah, but it's the first thing.
You turn it down for me just a tad, just a tad. For all those under the sound of my voice, we'll be coming back in 12 minutes, but I wanted to direct everybody who is in the physical space to the corner of the stage, to the left of the stage. There's this box that looks like it belongs in a Pixar movie, but it's a photo booth. And we would love for you to take some photos of your time here, perhaps with the luminary you came to celebrate, perhaps with a new person that you have met. Please take pictures. There's a printer, y'all. So if you want to have a picture, a keepsake with you, it will print a picture, it'll keep a digital collage. But please, please, now and in our last social hour of the evening, take you a photo. Shout out to Ashley taking that photo. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes, Zoomers. Thank you, DJ Holden Excess. The music may return to its normal volume.
Everybody move to the back of the room. You can walk and show big bulls. You the type of people make the blue big who say that. Man, got to stay blue. Everybody move to the back of the room. You can walk and show big bulls. You the type of people make the blue big.
With your eyes. Hit me with your eyes. I ain't never seen that kind of view. You walking over here, the way that it went down, that's when I knew. We be talking all night, but I can tell you need to work on you, you like you like you. Mm. Do we play it sweet? But baby, don't you know that talk is cheap? And for me, I wish that you could back it up for me, me like me like me. You know that I heard it all before. Your head, the tip, but you could give me more. I know you like the flavor silly game. When it doesn't all want it. When you decide you like this other, when you decide you need someone to love on me, when you don't even think about it, love me, happy, I'm not the hour. When you decide you like this other, when you decide you need someone to love on me, when you don't even think about it, love me, happy, I'm not the hour. I don't have the time to teach you how to love all over again. Let me ask you this, are you giving all that you could give? Once you get it right, maybe just know how much you give for me like this. You know that I heard it all before. Your head, the things you could give me more. I know you like the flavor still again. It doesn't all want it. It's time to let another. It's time to move on. When you don't know about it, then I'll be happy and I'm not there. It's time to let another. It's time to move on. Then I'll be happy and I'm not there. Eddie from West End, Arlington, there. Hydrated, mind, got a nosy ass there. Oh, I don't mind. Just a hair flip. Keep a smile too wide. Almost wide as my head. Like if you want to, I'ma be you cause I'm into. This sound on a one of a kind shit. If that's what you into, stay up, stay alert. If you know what it's worth, I understand why you better hear first. I'm on like my mic. I'm on like my mic. 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2, yeah. I'm on like my mic. Bitch perfect, literally. He's on me at all times. Ain't Maybelline, I was born with it. You ain't check the bloodline. Grateful for it all. 2 hands to the sky. But if you ain't already know, maybe get your FYI. Play if you want to, play if you I'ma be you, cause I'm healthy. This sound on a one of a kind shit. If that's what you into, stay up, stay alert, stay up, stay alert. If you know what it's worth, I understand why you better hear first.
One and two. Great. 2 minutes out. This is a call for all luminaries to return to the space. A call for all luminaries to return to the space. A call for all people on Zoom to make your way back to your computer screens. If you have food, you can continue eating it in here, but you will be heard likely because it's gonna be real quiet once we start back up. If you're in the space and you don't see a fellow luminary, please find them and bring them back into the space.
Can you keep up? Oh,
Oh, very much line dance to this, please.
I
was able to meet you. Hello.
Can you keep up? Oh, it's so high, I can barely breathe. I can see. Surround me and take me home. This is the God. Every heart it beats so lonely. Right. If you ever change your mind, keep the focus. Real. If you wanna know that I'm perfect, so I think I'm not sure about it. Can't control it. It's to see you for a free. You keep up. Oh,
Y'all better be on CPT. Okay. All right. Under the sound of my voice, enter the theater. Under the sound of my voice, enter the theater. Under the sound of my voice, enter the theater. Under the sound of my voice, enter the theater. Return from the Zoom. Return from the Zoom. Return from the Zoom. Return from the Zoom. I'm having way too much fun, especially knowing there's people interpreting my foolishness. Way too much fun. All right. I'm just making sure I see everybody who is about to do things. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. And then a hush befell the crowd. Boy, I'm good. All right. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Midday social hour, a pep in your step, a dip on your chip, the pita chips. That's what we had in the physical space. The buffalo chicken dip was a hit. Okay. We hope you all at home got you something good, something yummy, maybe some tea. Okay, maybe a crumpet, a cucumber sandwich. Yes, we love it. All righty. So we have a full slate post midday for you all. Where do I start? One, Tech, please present and screen share the following, and screen share this as well. I don't see the, it's cool. We have space and time, expansiveness. But yeah, I'll introduce the next luminary up to share. How do I start? I've known this person tangentially in community for a while. We both used to live in Gate City, that is Greensboro, North Carolina. I still live there, bigger and better things for this one. And yeah, I would go to a local bookshop called Scuppernog Books and always hear about this BIPOC writing group. And if you know anything about me, I'm really just about the first letter in that acronym. So I wasn't privy to attending many. But when I tell you, multiple people have invited me to this space over time and over time, and they have also come to spaces I've held in community, and then to see them in this incubator flourishing and truly putting how they show up in community into this liminal community that we created today over the time of the incubator. So on that note, I would love to welcome to the stage Priya Dames.
Hi, I'm Priya. I'm going to do a workshop, a poetry workshop. We're going to make blackout poems. And while doing that, we're going to talk about this concept of opacity, which I got to think about during these 16 weeks. And yeah, explore through a book that I'll be passing around called Zong. And yeah, you could go next slide, please. Okay, so what is a blackout poem? For anyone who is not familiar, a blackout poem is a type of found poetry where you can find a newspaper, a page of a novel, a legal text, any existing text you can transform into a whole new text, a new poem, just by blacking out parts of it. Next slide, please. So this concept of opacity that I mentioned, when we think about opacity in like a physical way, it means something that's not transparent, right? But when we think about it in art, in like a thematic sense, opacity sometimes brings up negative connotations in some ways. When we think about a text that is like so confusing, we think of it as obscure and opaque. When we think about systems that are corrupt, we call them black boxes, or processes, certain processes lack transparency. And like these things all have this sort of negative connotation because they're not transparent. And one of the things I got to sit with during this fellowship is that maybe opacity is not always a bad thing. Maybe it could actually be a space for healing and liberation. Because in Western thought, as I learned when I was reading The Invention of Women, there's this prioritization of vision and seeing and being able to order and surveil and categorize and do all of these things just based on what you can see, versus engaging like other of our senses, such as like hearing, which is a sense that other cultures prioritize. And so, yeah, I started to really ask myself, like, what if it's not a bad thing to be opaque in my art? What if it's necessary for our healing as Black writers, Black artists? And what if it's a site of liberation? While I was in this fellowship, I was writing an essay that talked about, in some ways, like medical racism. And I was running up against certain blocks in the essay because there were certain things I just didn't want to explore yet, and some things I didn't want to write down for the public to see yet, but I still wanted to talk about what I was talking about. And so this concept became a necessary tool for me to protect myself while I was writing. And so, yeah, some spaces of opacity, just examples in Black art that a lot of the luminaries that we've discussed today engaged: Toni Morrison, Audre Lorde, so on. Black joy, folklore, intimacy, our own internal experiences of our body, not just how they look to other people or how our society surveils them, but what are we actually feeling, and how are we actually taking care of ourselves? So yeah, next slide, please. So one of the texts that I have right here, I'm going to start passing it around, or Jeané will. Thank you, Jeané. Is Zong. It is a book partly of blackout poems. And I was really interested in this book because it sort of makes physical, through the form of blackout poetry, the theme of opacity that I was discussing before. And I thought that was really interesting. Just as background, the book is taking as like the primary text Gregson v. Gilbert. It was a legal case. It was about regarding the Zong massacre, which was when captains on a ship carrying enslaved people to the Caribbean, they threw over 150 bodies over the side of the ship in order to try to collect the insurance money afterwards. It was a horrific event, and one thing Philip does or wrestles with in the book is how to write about something like that. Like, how could you possibly write anything that encompasses like the horror of an event like that? And I think one way she succeeds in doing it with the blackout poem is she does a lot with form in the poetry after using the original text and bringing forward certain words and putting back other words to make the initial poem. she arranges it on the page, you'll see in the book, in ways that resist sort of that ordering gaze that I was talking about earlier that we have in Western thought. The poems are kind of difficult to read left to right, up and down, which is the way that we're used to reading poetry and books. She writes the poems in ways that they're sort of scattered across the page. It's sort of like an explosion of text and letters. And so in that way, it's hard for the poems to be legible, I guess, in the ways that we're normally used to poems being. Another thing she does is the words become more fragmented as the book goes on. Eventually, for you to read the poems, you would be more like making sounds rather than making any particular meaning through the connotations of the words that she's using. And I think that's another way that, you know, she engages that concept of illegibility. And so, yeah, something I really like that she put in the prologue to the book is that she has the book so that you can read it either way. You can read it for legibility. There's a section of the book where you can read what happened as told by the court case and what's available in the archive. Or you can unread it. You could unread it and witness the carnage as illegible, therefore as opaque, and sit with that discomfort with not really, we don't truly know what happened there. Yes. Next slide, please. Oh, yes. Okay. So we're going to make poems. I don't like doing workshops where I don't like offer something of my vulnerability. I made a poem too. So I just want to put this up here to say, like, if you're scared, this is my first poem too. If you're scared to make a poem, do not be scared. I'm putting mine right here. Next slide, please. Okay, yes. So I'm going to pass around some texts. That'll be foundational texts for your poem. These are all texts that I studied as well during the fellowship. They're from Freshwater by Quick Amezi, Invention of Women, and also Dear Centrin by Amezi. And some Sharpies I'll also be passing around. And yeah, you guys will have like 10-ish minutes to make your own blackout poem.
For those of us on Zoom, encourage you all to grab something of your own, a piece of paper, even a bill, okay? It really can be anything, and who doesn't want to scratch out a bill? You know, we're doing conjure today, as y'all can see, but y'all have about 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay.
All right. I guess finish sharpieing your last word. So when you get to a good closing point, I would love to hear how your experience of doing the poem was. I'm curious about what words you decided to keep in and which ones you left out. Was it intentional in any way? Were you familiar with the text at all? Anyone? Oh.
I actually hadn't read this piece, and I think it was hard to black out lines that like really resonated with me in service of this stream of consciousness that kind of came up as I was blacking out individual lines, specifically some of the pieces at the end. I don't know which one this is from, but about the boy Chima and this relationship between like God and humans not knowing the power of prayer and like what their mouths have the capacity to do. And so I was like internalizing that as I was blacking it out. Like I need to hold on to this, and it might not be present in what I've left behind, but like I still feel really connected to some of the things that took a little bit longer for me to like put away in the poem. So I appreciated that process.
Okay, also, one thing, if anyone has ever seen a reading of Song before, the poems are best read collectively in the book just because of like their way they're arranged on the page. And I think it's really interesting doing like blackout poetry. The words don't necessarily have to be top down, left to right, or anything like that. And that might affect like your experience of reading the poem. So was anyone thinking about how their poem might be read while they were making it? And just like, yeah, how it was formed on the page.
Yeah, I thought about reading it from left to right, but then sometimes the words are diagonal, kind of like as I was going down, the words were like looking like I could do a crossword kind of situation with them. And I thought about like what that might mean of something being like two sentences intersecting each other and what that might mean poetically. So, yeah.
Nice.
What I got was very very jarringly fitting. It's about a trans person getting a hysterectomy. And so when I started, I thought that it was going to be about transness and kind of how I've been feeling in space. And it turned into something completely different by the end. And it ended up forcing me to go deeper into that opaqueness of what I was feeling. So I started out in one way and then ended up kind of like open, but like also opaque because I'm still in space and I need to be present. So just thank you.
Thank you.
I'll share. Okay. This is my first blackout poem. I'm very intimidated by these, deeply intimidated by these, unashamed and unabashedly said. And I think part of it is because there's already narrative here, and who am I to mark it out and be like, I have a story too. But I found myself marking out, reading down and like that's exactly what I was doing. I was looking at words and I was like, which words can be mine in my own story within this? And yeah, deeply appreciate the exercise.
I thought this was fantastic. As someone who's not technically a writer, I thought that this gave me a lot to work with. I also had the story about transitioning and the trans person receiving a hysterectomy. And I think having the agency to remove narratives is also like really powerful. And I think that this is just such a really cool exercise. We've had a few of these in previous issues, and as someone who's not a writer, I didn't necessarily know how to digest it, but in actually practicing the art of creating this sort of found poem is like really fascinating to me. So I loved this. This was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate this practice. I've always wanted to do one of these, but have never taken the time to actually like delve into it. I'm like, I got all these books. I'm not reading half of them. I'm like, nah, not these books. I gotta read them. It's a horrible cycle. I should just do it to the books that I have that I know I'm not gonna read, right? But something that stuck out to me is that like just like living in a society that's always focused on like attaining more, like this feels like a very good process for like releasing and letting go, and actually like less is more, right? When there is actually less, you can kind of like cut through all the things to really get to like the core of something, and that the core of the thing can like it can be an ever changing flowing thing. um and that's necessary. So it felt very good to be able to be in a process where I can just like go for less instead of trying to like read everything and get it all figured out and like all that type of stuff, just like being in the process.
Kind of going off of what, oh, is this? I can just speak. D- Huh? Okay. But just kind of branching off what Holden was saying, I realized as I was going through thinking about the relationship of the words, because I had the excerpt from Freshwater. I actually realized that as I was constructing a different narrative, it was actually a narrative within it, because it kind of started to take the shape of a river, and that was really powerful.
Thank you guys. All those reflections gave me like more to think about, even deeper about this topic. But yeah, I hope that this was a good experience. Thank you for listening. I think the next slide is just my like, yeah, supporting text. Thank you.
One more time for Priya Dames. Yeah, if y'all hear me scribbling, because I'm still doing this, I am. But I will be sure to give my undivided attention to the next presentee. Looking with my eyes, great. Looking with my eyes, great. All right. So yeah, I just want to welcome up the next mentor who will introduce the next mentee. Yes. So to the stage, please welcome Samia.
Hello. Ooh. Hello, everybody. My name is Samia, and I had the honor of mentoring the amazing Nina Alexis Scott. Alex Scott. I'm so sorry. Why did I do that to you? I know your name. Um, it has been so beautiful to be a part of this process for them and with all of these other fellows. And Nina in particular is such a huge part of why this issue feels and looks and moves the way it does. And I'm so proud to have been a part of watching their brain wrap around what this work would look like and learn more about themselves in the process and start over and throw stuff away and come back to it and integrate it. And I'm really glad that they get to share that with you. So I would now like to welcome Nina.
Hello, hello. Okay, it's working. Could we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to be reading my piece that is in the mag and then talking a little bit about it afterwards.
Nina, would you like me to set up the stand for you?
That would be nice. Yes,
Okay.
please. Loud noise. I think so. Okay. Thank you. The womb of the South is all I know. Southern tides met my mother's on the day I crossed my first portal. Just miles away from one of America's first historically Black colleges, a waxing gibbous yanked at the Hampton shores, roaring and kissing the sandstone banks. How jovial. A beach baby born underneath Cancer constellations. Does she know the southern waters will always call her back? Always. Always. Upon age 20, I was determined to run from the South. Those baby pictures of mine, 2 teeth grinning in my mother's arms, with our backs against the ocean's horizon, all faded and forgotten. The North was the land of the New World. Ivy League colleges, skinny boned, floating art collectors, concrete cylinder block jungles. That's where I wanted to be. I said, "Dear God, take me away from the sloth and slumber that is the South. I want to be where the cool Negroes are, where the Black Dykes party till sunrise, where the asphalt beneath my toes can carry me to the grocery store, to the movie theater, to the clothing store. I want to be a sardine in a tin skyscraper, drowning in bodies so I might feel alive. I want to be successful. I want to be a real Black girl. What good are sand dollars to copper and nickel coins above? How how far might collard green stretch in metropolitan cities of cold hard cash? In the real world, there are no 8-legged sea mothers to cast spells on empty pocketed baby gays. Perhaps on Etsy, I could buy oil of mami wata, packaged by pasty white fingertips and upcharged to foolish guild girls like me. A real Black girl. Like an overly righteous pubescent teen with emotional trepidations of a cumulonimbus, I often forget the wisdom of the South. It is easy to forget your roots when every buzzing screen, every morning headline, every grooving song declares your non-existence, your discardable nature, your indisputable irrelevance. The Western, supposedly enlightened men declared the earth was something to conquer, and thus the South, and thus the feminine, and thus the Black and brown. The white West declared themselves the elevated center of the world, with the ocean in its periphery. And so, us underwater beings are born with a diplopic veil, with gills that cannot withstand the pungent stench of bloodied copper air. My people were born with blurry vision and lungs designed for a different system of respiration. And so they deemed us destined for domination. And so my own soul was raised in fractured, suffocated pieces. And so my scales and gills necrotized in neglect, and I longed for human legs that could stretch north to strut with the bony, creeping things and the gatekeepers of empirical knowledge and the institutional curators of cultural taste. But when I prayed to Mame Wata, she wiped my tears away and split them into 7 beams of light. Only through water did I realize I was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The iridescent serpent adorned on her bosom slithered with such intense beauty that the tail of Medusa unraveled into obscurity. The Black Southern woman is no Gorgon, no hideosity, no monstrous leech to be dominated over. When I stand at the mouth of the portal, I think of all that has been born from sweet, thick lips. In the South, sugary honey is abundant. Every word is coated with molasses. So viscous are words drawled together. In the South, time has body and weight, like fat rolls and dangling arm meat and wobbling thighs. In the South, the ancestors sway tree branches with the steadiness of creaking hickory rocking chairs, wooden and reliable, splintering, yes, but also handmade. In the quiet of the South, you can hear the Simbi spirits whisper to you. Only in the rippling currents can you hear the stories of dancing to the pitter-patter of Jamaican kumina drums, convening with Yemaya, to bearing witness to joyous Pentecostal baptisms. In the quiet of the South, the thirsty roots of the pawpaw tree, the black walnut, the hornet housing fig, the Carolinian sweet potato, the carnivorous Venus flytrap, and the Christ-like passion flower all lap at the hot summer rain. Below sea level, an indigo heart pumps rich blood, rich vivacious blood into every limb of the earth. In the beginning, the South begot American civilization, and the Black womb begot the world, and cyanobacteria begot land creeping things. And so, in the belly of the beast, we Black Southern dykes groove and slide and get on with the night. Still, mothers with 8 suctioning cups and all-knowing tentacles still provide for their young. We do not fear the black yonic depth of the sea. In the South, we mutate. We grow new fins. We transcend sex organs. We learn to exist boiling hypothermal vents. In full devotion to the moon, and with the resilience of carcinization, there has always been wealth at the bottom. Thank you. So, with the time we have left, because I know it might have taken a while, I wanted to talk about some of the influences of this piece. In particular, the title of Cowries at the Bottom came from, I kind of want to move this a little over so I can see this. Let me just, there we go. Okay, yes, so the title of Cowries at the Bottom came from the bottom, which was a place. There were multiple places called the bottom that I've happened to visit. But ultimately, sidetracking, I think going back a bit, I wanted to know, why is the South, quote unquote, at the bottom? Why is it a popular narrative that the Black South is unsalvageable, uncultured, and deserving of neglect? And why, and what is Black Southern folks' relationship with water, and what beauty can be found in that element? So I pulled a bit from the bottom, which is in Knoxville, Tennessee, and the bottoms, which is in Durham, North Carolina. Next slide, please. So at the same conference that I actually met Ashley at, I met these folks who work at the bottom in Knoxville, Tennessee, which is a art space. It's a house in Knoxville that's been turned into an art space and a podcasting studio and a Black bookstore. And they invited us up to come visit and teach some art classes and show our work. And there we learned about what Knoxville used to be and what the bottom was. And it essentially was a town that was ruined by the urban renewal. And it was the Black folks there were a victim of environmental racism. And they were put in a neighborhood where it would flood constantly. They would constantly lose their things. They were subject to terrible conditions. And they got the name the bottom. Of course, as gentrification comes, all of a sudden people want to be in that space now, and those people are run out of their homes. But the project of the bottom as an art space was started by Black folks to reclaim that space and to proudly wear the name of being from the bottom. So here's a picture of me and my friend when we went to visit earlier this year. Yeah, so there was that. Next slide, please. And I also stumbled across a place in Durham, North Carolina, which is where my ancestry is from, it's where my family is from. And I didn't realize that there was a portion of Durham called the Bottom, which again was a place where Black folks were flooded out. They were placed in specific neighborhoods that would get sewage, just disgusting conditions that they were forced to live in, and their homes would constantly flood and they'd have to live, quote unquote, at the bottom. And the artist, Ernie Barnes, is from the Bottom, and he has painted this super famous, iconic painting that my grandmother in Durham had in her home, my great-grandmother. And I always used to look at this painting, and I loved Ernie Barnes, but I didn't know where he was from. I only learned recently he was from Durham as well. And I was just thinking about the joy that can come from being from the bottom, living from the bottom, reclaiming those things, but also I was frustrated that Black people even have to go through this. And it felt like a tension that I was fighting with, of like, I would like to get out of here and get my people out of here, but simultaneously, there are some narratives about abandoning the South that I don't really like, and that I'm trying to also contend with. So yeah, I tried to find more metaphors about water, about being at the bottom, being in a dark space. I was thinking about how people talk about the ocean being like, we don't know anything about the ocean. Also building off what Priya was saying, like it's an obscure place, it's dark, it's Black, it's scary, we don't know what goes on down there. But also finding beauty in that and resilience of the creatures that live at the bottom of the ocean and how they adapt and how they always push the boundaries of what we think animals can and can't do. So I was also thinking of cowries being something that transcends time, considering that our ancestors wove them into their hairs and they traveled across the transatlantic slave trade against their will, but they held on to these things. And now, like, I can't imagine shells at the bottom of the sea being kept throughout time and being woven into life and trying to preserve something like that. So, yeah, I was thinking about that. Next slide, please. And then some of my grounding texts that really influenced this work, there was Be Here Now, The South is a Portal by Sarah Makeba Days, I'm not sure how to pronounce their name. Days, okay, thank you. Incredible piece, beautiful piece. The Deep by River Solomon, and Crossing Merfolk, Mermaids in the Middle Passage in African Diasporic Culture by, I think, Jalandra A. Davis. So, yes, thank you.
That was beautiful. Clap for Nina again, because they're amazing. And I know all of you have questions. I have some of my own, but I'm gonna invite Priya up here. No, you're staying. We're all gonna get questions. Okay, you can get your water. But Priya, please come join. Em, you're gonna come up here and join us for the Q&A portion. I'm gonna kick us off with a couple questions that I have for my mentee and then open it up for the rest of folks who want to chat with our presenters? Do we have enough mics? Do I need to grab another one? We'll pass it around. Fabulous.
Ooh.
All right. Hello, hello. Mic check. Fabulous. So I feel really lucky to have been able to see this process of exploring the symbolism of the water, the relationship between your Blackness, your queerness, the South, that I'm sure as folks were reading became really present. I would love for you to just share a little bit more about that, specifically as you referenced Mami Wata as a figure who I'm not sure everyone is super familiar with, but it's very clearly a powerful element here. Can you dive more into like how you pulled upon the grounding text and specifically that figure in this piece?
Yeah, so I think growing up, I was really into Greek mythology, and I heard the story of Medusa being this like hideous woman with snakes for hair. And I was like really obsessed with her in the fact that she was ugly and she was undesirable and she was also being punished for something that a man did to her. And I started looking into other people's depictions of Medusa, and I started stumbling more across of Mami Wata because of the presence of the snake on her and people theorizing that perhaps there was an overlap or there was, I don't know, theft in the storytelling or like with a misconstruation of what actually happened, misconstruing of what happened and who that figure actually is. But I like that she was, I don't know, like she embraced the snake. I think also with biblical references, oftentimes snakes are seen as demonic and evil and bad. But I felt like with this sort of Western African depiction of a woman embracing a snake, it was a different way of reclaiming hideosity in a way and like rejecting the notions of what is undesirable and what is not. And also, I love every type of depiction of Black women in water, just like every type of spiritual deity that embraces water. So that is why I picked that. Did I answer the full question? I think so.
Thank you. I have one more question. I could ask a million, but I want to turn it over to M to be able to ask some questions of Priya as well. But particularly for me and going through this process with you, the idea of this like yearning to be a real Black girl, like I feel like that was one of the most central themes of this piece, one that hit me the hardest, and I think is a really common conversation when it comes to leaving the South and seeking intellectualism and growth and transformation. And I would love for you to share a little bit about like how that yearning for being a real Black girl and how that was tied to this idea of needing to go somewhere else has evolved for you, as this piece holds a lot of love for the South and has a very kind of cyclical nature to it.
Yeah. I think that when I was first coming into the LEI mentorship program, I was contending with a lot of these feelings and being kind of upset with having just graduated from college and not landing the jobs I thought I was going to do and having to move back home. And I've been in North Carolina my whole life. And I felt like, especially as someone who's a visual artist, and I think within the queer community, there's this notion that there's nothing to be enjoyed or saved or loved about being in the South. And that like I think a lot of also the media I was looking for when it comes to Black lesbians, it was very northern or urban kind of like focused, and it basically entirely neglected the experience of being Black and Southern, or maybe Black or queer in Southern, queer in rural. There's already a difficulty with finding Black queer stories, period. So like it felt like there was nothing to speak to that. And I think at first I internalized that as a personal failure, but then especially as an artist looking around and being like, okay, in order to be a real artist, I need to live in New York City. But like, it's really expensive and they're gatekeepy up there. And I don't even like all the work I see come out of there. I see the good work coming from the South. Like, what's the problem with the South? And as I started trying to build community, I started realizing it's resources. Like we don't have the resources, and that's by design. The system intentionally steals from us and takes from us and neglects us. I think I definitely saw that in the Appalachians as well, of just state neglect. Like I was just like, these people deserve more than what anyone is giving them. And I think placing personal blame on those people as a personal failure is something I have really learned to detest. And I'm starting to be much more in solidarity with the South and with people who are under-resourced. I'd rather focus on giving resources to folks than escaping for selfish reasons and then trashing where I came from.
Thank you. Em, I want to turn it over to you to ask any questions of Priya that you'd like and get some juicy conversation flowing.
Yeah. So, as I've already shared, this is my first blackout poem, and again, deeply appreciate for the exercise. I found your presentation and conversation with co-author Riley and Black liturgies. She did this thing that she called Black Advent, and I am very much healing from church hurt. Like it's still happening. Um, but really what you were talking about in terms of like, what if healing could be found like in the darkness, like in the opaque? Can you expand on that a bit more?
Yeah, that's funny you said that. Because another space that I didn't put up on the slides as like an example of like an opaque space in Black life, like is the church and is like ancestral realms and like just our spiritualities. Um yeah, I don't have much like experience with the church, but like one of the things that I was discussing or thinking through in my essay was like the spiritual realm and how that relates like with gender like and Black queer identity. um so yeah, I think like when talking about like healing opaque spaces, like definitely like the spiritual realm is present in that.
And yeah, and speaking on gender and gender exploration, because I did notice a lot of the excerpts were in conversation with that. What I guess, yeah, what about that had in your mind connecting to like opacity or the lack of being seen or being obscured?
I think that's really interesting because what brought me to the essay was this feeling of not feeling like I'm being seen, like in the queer community. Like I feel like Black queerness isn't seen as like valid queerness in the community. Um, I guess like through the essay, it was like I guess the healing part of the essay was like shifting that. Instead of it being like, I'm not being seen, I'm not being seen, people need to see this, people, I need to explain so that people get what this is. It was just like, well, who cares? Like, I don't know. I'm just gonna be in my space with like people who understand what I'm doing. Um, and also like the healing was like, not that I'm not fitting into these spaces in the queer community, but like y'all are not big and complicated enough for us. And like, I guess sitting in, yeah, sitting in an opaque space, such as like considering like the spiritual realm and like my ancestors, I'm realizing now like helped me get to that place. Yeah, through the writing. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the physical space and or the Zoom? Can't see.
Thank you. This is a question for Priya. Like M shared, this is also my first time doing a blackout poem. So thank you for having us, engage in this exercise. I'm curious, from the time that you've started doing blackout poems till now, if you are comfortable with sharing, like what of your blackout poems have you done that you feel like have stuck with you, that you return to and keep as like, this is my blackout poem that I return to whenever I need X, Y, and Z?
I haven't done that many of them. The one that I showed was like the first and pretty much like the only one that I've done. And it was more just like me really liking the process of it because I don't usually write a lot of poetry, but I really liked like the physicality of doing a blackout poem. But yeah, the book Zong, that book has like really stuck with me, and I feel like I'm gonna be sitting with that one for a while. But yeah, thank you.
Hey, this is Ferdinand. Your poem was like profound as a water baby, as a hoodoo, as a priest. I'm all about the water, I'm all about the ocean. But what I want to talk about is there were breaks in your poem when you would be like, and so, and it flowed like waves, like your poem flowed like waves. And it's also like with people who look like us in our bodies and how we're socialized, that's how we're supposed to move through the world. And it's like, and so we keep going, and so we move, and so we move, and so we do. And I think that what was beautiful to me is that within the poem, you kept moving back to yourself. Like in the beginning, it felt like, who am I? But by the end of it, it was like, this is who I am. Um, and I think that you two going together at this time is like really beautiful because you think about the opacity of the ocean. You can only see 10 feet down into the ocean when it's sun out, or it's like 50. I think it's 50. I think it's 50. You can only see 50 feet down when it's sunlight out, which means there's so much of the ocean that we have no idea about. But we also know that water heals and water gives life. So like the question and the idea of like the spirituality and healing being opaque and you coming back to yourself at the end of your poem that felt like waves, it was just very profound to me. And I think that like I'm going to be doing blackout poems with my son. Like that's going to be a thing that like we do so I can like know, hey, what are you feeling? And it'll be in a way where like he can kind of show me into his obscurity. This is beautiful. Like I'm very moved.
Hello. This is for both of you, but kind of going off of what HP was sharing, how do you both define poetics for yourself? Because both of your pieces are engaging with poetry and very unique and very, I want to say they're like grounded, like very grounded and very specific practice. Is there somewhere that you reach to, specifically thinking about your origins, like where did you come into poetry?
Can you state the first part of the question, please?
What was the first part of my question? Okay, so defining poetics for yourself.
Yeah, I think honestly that piece is written in paragraphs, but it still reads as poetry, which is I think I'm trying to like play in both in a way. I was also like trained as a journalist, so like I kind of even still write like one in a way, like in the way that I visualize things. And I think I'm trying to marry like conversation and ideas in that kind of way. And so it comes out as like spoken word, but it's an essay. I'm still trying to figure out what even, I guess it's occupying a liminal kind of opaque space in that way of like it's kind of both. And um, But yeah, I think Sarah Makeba is work. I think what was it? Be Here Now, The South is a Portal. That piece also kind of reads that way, and I think that really inspired my work when it comes to poetry.
Yeah, I relate to that a lot because I was also trained as a journalist. That was like my first like writing experience. And I don't write a lot of poetry, but I also like engage certain aspects of poetry in the essays that I write. I think for me, where that comes from, like any like poetic sensibility I have in my writing is probably like sensory based. Yeah, I think it's like really based on like my sensory experiences of the world. Um, that's where it comes in, yeah, in like nonfiction pieces for me.
I love these pieces together. I think that it's just fantastic. And knowing Sarah personally, that piece, honey, baby, that was beautiful. Both of them, just absolutely fantastic. But my question for both of you is it seems like there was an element of frustration or not fully knowing yet the power in opaque and southern and the unknown. Have you found a point of pride now? Or is that something that you're still coming to in your relationship to the pieces that you both created?
You want me to go? Well, thank you first. I think so. I think I've come to around to being very proudly Southern. I don't think I identify like I've always been Southern, but wasn't necessarily a proud Southern.
The journey.
Yes. Now I'm just like actually I have beef with the North now, but we don't want inner American diaspora. Like we don't need to do all that. I love the North too, but um, I think it's transformed into a pride and now an anger of just like I think a righteous reclaiming of like how was I convinced that there wasn't beauty here? Like I'm angry about that. Um, I'm mad that I was ever told that the obscurity was a bad thing. I'm mad that they flooded us. Like I'm just angry now. And I'm trying to find ways to transform that into work and resources and change. And now that's an entirely different path that I think I need new skills for. I don't think I have those skills yet. So I'm trying to be patient and be like, you just found out that, this is a part of you that you really enjoy, but there's a system working against you. So you're going to have to wait, learn, grow, and work together to make a change. So.
Yeah, I relate to that a lot. Also, I feel like really at the beginning of the process, mostly I've all like with like respect to like Black queerness that I was writing about, I had like a lot of pride. I think I had issues with like gays, and that's something that I like was trying to work through in the essay. Like I couldn't even like see clearly. It felt like my gaze was always like focused on like what the dominant parts of like the queer community was doing. Like, why am I not being accepted? Why is it? And it's like, I think like one thing like Nicole Brown talks about when she's writing about opacity is like healing your vision through opacity and like healing your gaze. And I feel like that process is like beginning for me where I can stop focusing over here and be like, okay, like this is where I actually am right now. Like this is who I am. Like this is who my people are. And like I think the pride aspect like can exist more with that once you've like healed like the vision part of it. Yeah.
Any other questions in the physical space or via Zoom?
This question is directed to both of you because I also echo this like sentiment of how beautiful it is to see these pieces in relationship to each other and also see your journeys in relationship to each other. You referencing Sarah McCabe's piece and this idea of the South as a portal, the darkness as a portal, our ability to contend with our southernness and our blackness and our obscurity is a portal, is a transformational process to like get us somewhere. When you think about all of those things in relationship to where you were when you started, where you are now, and how it feels to be really interrogating your relationships to all of these things, what do you feel is on the other side of this portal? What do you feel like we are going through this process in the direction towards? And it doesn't have, there's no one right answer. I'm curious where that sits with you.
Yeah, I would say SISTORIES is also a portal. We were we went on through, we're at the other side now, and it was hard to go through sometimes, but we made it through, and I think that's the beauty of, I think, transformation and transmutation, which is also what the water section of the mag was about. We paired each element with also like a verb or like, yeah, I guess it like an action kind of thing, and it was transmutation and or transmuting. And I do feel like now I'm interested in exploring even more specifically Southern Black queer experiences. I also did like during this process, I also hosted a podcast for WNC Radio, speaking to Black Southern lesbians. And that also kicked off a different, like, um, just a really a deep interest in this niche. Um, and I'm curious to see what it transforms into, because as I was talking to different academics, they were just like, there's not a lot of research on the Black queer South in particular. Like it exists, but there should be more. And there's definitely a vacancy in that. And like, I think I would like to work on listening to that, instead of being like, oh, I'll do it later. It's not important or nobody cares because we're a smaller population, whatever it is that my brain tries to tell me to invalidate things. But yeah, I think I'm interested in listening more to that niche. So.
Yeah, I really like that, like that Toni Morrison quote where she's like, the whole point of freeing yourself is to free other people. So it's like if you've gone through the portal and you've gotten to go through the portal, and there are certain things and ideas and limiting beliefs that you're free from now, like the point is to now like, give it to other people too. Which I guess is like, yeah, what I try to do like with essays and stuff. Yeah, like take people through my thought process of like going through that portal. And yeah, I hope to keep doing that. And I hope to do it in other parts of my life as well. I'm about to be a student of the archives, learning like about librarianship and archival work, and I would like to bring like some of these like things that I've gotten to learn into that work as well. Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yes. Final question from. Oh, ooh, yeah. Ooh. We have something in the chat. Can we run and track star up to that space?
Oh, okay. Boom. It was from a little bit ago, but here we go. What has this incubator done to expand the idea of possibilities for cultural work and cultural institutions within the South? That's a juicy one. From Jasmine Butler.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine.
That question was from one of the luminaries in the cohort that couldn't be here today, but is here virtually. Shout out to Jasmine. But go ahead, and that question was for y'all.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that's a question for
no, that's all you.
well, I think as I don't know, this current administration has been doing what it's doing and just kind of demolishing a lot of things that I previously naively thought were set in stone. I guess I'm young. I should have known better. But it's crazy how laws can change like that. But I think for a long time we've always known not to rely on these systems and that we can't dismantle the master's house with its tools and all these different things. Like I think that building our own hobbies, educational systems, every type of institutions outside of the traditional ways that like the empire has set up is really important. And I think that even in that, like I've stopped even aspiring to like submit my art to really like I guess high esteemed places because I've just been like, I actually don't really care. I don't value y'all anymore. If you rejected whatever my application was, or like you have this vision, da 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 da, like I've started to see it as like really, it's not in alignment with my values. And I think that it's on us to start making our own spaces that are in alignment with our values. With whatever we have, whether it's like just going to someone's house and hanging a painting, um, doing it at a cafe, doing it in public, like finding ways to just make our own art spaces, our own literary spaces, like our own publishing spaces. In this, I feel like that's always been happening anyway, especially in the South. And I think I'm now just realizing that that's honestly a tradition and a ritual that our ancestors have been doing. But I guess I got caught up with the shiny bells and whistles that institutions previously tried to distract me with. But I'm trying to come back home, you know. So
I like that. I agree. Yeah.
here. Please give it up for Priya Dames and Nina Scott. We may make our way. Wow. So it has been a day. We have one more luminary for y'all, but want to give y'all a little stretch break, a little bio break, a little invigorate. So if I can invite Holden to the DJ station. For all those well, I don't know what song it's gonna be, but for all those willing and able to stand, let's get some blood flowing. Y'all totally do not have to dance on stage. If y'all don't, if that's not the vibe. If you right. I mean, they keep rolling off. I don't know. They're not staying in the middle. It's like I thought that's what our butts for. Okay. So yes, please, it's only gonna be a cute 8 minutes, and I say 8 because y'all gonna come back in 10, so it's gonna be a cute 8 minutes. Last hurrah. Okay.
That's the only things I wanted to say, but like, I ain't got time for this. Okay. Hey, man.
Bring it away. I tried to put one in the air. I tried to dance it away. I tried to change it with my haters. I'll never credit for the love. Thought a new dress would make it better. Tried to work it away. But that just made me even sadder. I tried to keep myself busy. I ran around in circles, think I made myself dizzy. Slept it away, I sexed it away, I read it away. Away, away, away.
Hey, people, wrap up your conversations. Coming back at 3:35. Coming back in a minute. Go ahead and find your seats.
Yeah, it's like raging to the sky. Sometimes I don't wanna feel those love. I tried to run it away. Thought in my head be slipping to run. I'd rather suddenly stay. Stop moving around, make me feel better. I had to let go of that. I was so in be my Cry it away, I'll cry it away. Don't you cry it away. But it's like rain in the sky. Sometimes I want to feel those smells.
No, seriously. I didn't write it on that.
Yeah, it's like rain in the sky. Sometimes I don't want to feel those
Think about it. I can open access, intergenerational. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, we are. Okay. Yeah. Hey, hey, are we good with what? Okay, cool. Well, then let's go ahead and we can turn on the screen. And is the screen shared already? If not, with okay, yeah, share it on Zoom and then. Okay. I'm gonna start when it's up. All right. We're returning from the bio break, entering the theater, finding our seats. Apologies to the interpreters. I didn't mean for the hustle and bustle. I did not mean that. Real quick, chairs, move them, just one, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, would you like this the stand lowered as well? Okay. Period, thank you. I'm gonna move these chairs though. Do I? Yes, can somebody grab this chair? Which, okay. Thank you, big dog. Okay, you know, all right. All right, all right. The mics want to be on the floor. Okay. One more big dog, one more big dog. All right. Yes, but we're gonna have everybody's chairs up, so everybody have to grab a chair because it's gonna be all the fellows, all the people. A one-on-one, and then everybody gets invited up. Yeah. So you want your chair to stay up here? Okay. That's real. That's real. That makes sense. I'm gonna put it over here out of frame. Okay. All right. All right. We've returned. So one more final installment for you all. And I'm gonna let their mentor introduce them. So please welcome Tiffany to the stage. Clap it up. I'm gonna lower it for Brea.
Oh, okay, cool. This has been so fun, y'all. So thank you, everybody who's already shared. So I have a little written thing, just because I just do. Brea, Yo, it's been a true honor and a blessing to work with you over the past few months. Brea has been so generous with their knowledge, their skill, and their humor. And you have allowed us to co-create, this is you and me right now, just right here. Okay. Co-create a space of play, of vulnerability, critique, and connection. So I thank you for sharing yourself and your work with me, and I will remain grateful forever that our paths crossed. And I want to meet your creatures one day because they have also taught me so much. Brea's creative energy is boundless and awe-inspiring. They stay busy this whole 16 weeks. As of last Thursday, Brea Byrd is Dr. Byrd with a PhD in feminist studies. During the incubator, they finished a dissertation. They were named a 2025 North Carolina Climate Justice Collective Artist in Residence. They submitted a manuscript of their poetry, and they wrote their first sestina. On Wednesday, they will begin as the Andrew Mellon Postdoctoral Fellow with the Climate Museum up in New York. Brea's offering to you now is an immersive performance and study with Nina Simone. In the piece, Brea explores and plays with form. They ask how being with an artist, an artifact, a poem, a song, a memory, allows for a bleeding of boundaries and distinctions. Brea's offering, like memory, is porous and contextual. The form is part of the context, but also is this incubator, the symposium, your witness, and your participation. So with this is the Dr. Brea Byrd, and they kept telling me I look like Nina Simone.
My skin is brown. My manner is tough. And I'll kill the first mother I see. You wish your mother was a praying mantis of a woman. That when she said niggas and flies, that meant someone was gone, get gone. That she would chew them up and spit them out and throw the bones away, then teach you what to do with the rest of the body. You wish you weren't the first in your family to find her body. That night, you wish she was any other woman and you close your eyes and will it away. And from your lungs, the air flies out, wish not your mother, not already gone. You wish that memory gone, that it did not live in your body. Wish you could cast it out, be something other than weeping woman, whispering, slow down. Slow down as time flies. You wish it would all stop, all go away. You wish he had went away, that all of him was gone. No bones, no flesh, nothing left for the flies, no body, no other woman, no time spent down and out, spit it out. You wished yourself away. Woman, girl now gone, body, still body, how quickly you found yourself surrounded. You hear her say, niggas and flies, you get it now. The flies, the urge to get out, to leave the body and run away, to get gone. Woman, girl, I mean woman whose mother is already gone. You found out there is more than getting away. I do not remember the first time I met Nina Simone. or the second, or the third. I know it was never in person. By the time I would have been able to geek out over the sound of her live, I had missed her already. But I remember the first song I kept replaying in my mind and out loud. The first song I tried to sing like her, tried to find a funk like her, Baltimore. We knew this might happen. We stay black, amen, hallelujah. There was something about the way she sang about that city, the swing in the music, even while she sang, ain't it hard just to live, just to live. I understood that you could feel some type of way about the places you inhabit. I could, and I did. I would come to Nina Simone again and again, not looking for inspiration or clarity, just for a sound that could make external what was bubbling up from the inside. The first time someone told me I looked like Nina Simone, we were at a museum in Brooklyn. We passed by one of her photographs, and my friend, they looked at her and then looked at me and said, "Do you know you look like Nina Simone?" It struck me that I could look like someone like that, someone who spoke the language of music so deeply. It stuck with me. It was a passing thought, or maybe a secret, one that I kept close, a secret that I looked like this woman whose life I did not know. The second time, the two women walked up to me after I spoke at a Juneteenth rally the summer of 2020, the summer of rage and fear and quarantines. One of them said, "As you spoke, I saw Nina somehow. A shadow of her raised up beside me. My secret, my small thing was now something someone else could see." Her next question pierced through the isolation of the painfully white city of Santa Cruz. "Are you an artist?" And knowing that was something I wanted to be, I said yes. The two of them invited me to write to get some time. I said yes. And so we started writing, singing, playing, dreaming, having tea together. Three Black girls in the middle of Santa Cruz. I said yes. Nina did something else that day that makes sense of life under white supremacy. She brought me to community, or brought community to me, and I could make sense of where I was then. I was new context. The third time someone told me I looked like Nina Simone, it was in North Carolina, sitting on the couch of my first apartment, looking at a picture of me from college. When she said it, I laughed. I knew by now there was something about me, something about Miss Simone that encouraged a mirroring. She was not haunting me. She was not following me either. Part of me was convinced Nina and I had the same look about us. That twin, tired, and fierce look, the kind women get when they gotta keep on keeping it together. That Nina and I had a look about each other, and I wondered if I don't look like her anymore, with all my blue hair and my nose piercing and my fro cut low, if I still look like her now, or if I only looked like her in my suffering. So I'll ask you, do I still look like Nina Simone?
Yeah, she would know. Yeah, she would know.
I had a question for Nina Simone after Images. What if she knew her glory, but only in her head? Yeah, what if she knew her glory, but only in her head? And her body was sometimes a stranger, and it moved on its own years and years since she had been home. What if she knew her glory, but only in her head? Yeah, she knew her glory, but only in her head. And the city lights weren't bright enough, and the black of night not dark, and she roamed when she walked, and she smoked her cigarettes. What if she knew her glory, but only in her head, and saw herself in oil-slick waters, and danced till she sweat, and sang off key, and fucked before she planned, and swam after eating? Would it be so bad? Would it still be so sad if she knew her beauty, but only in her head? I'm really asking this question, not for the sake of poetry, but for the question of learning to be with someone when it's difficult, when it's hard. This conversation that I'm having, Nina Simone, brings me to study. Study, as I've practiced with her, is about being with. It is a form of a relationship, and then form becomes the container that holds this relationship. Writing, crocheting, performing, all become the reflection of this time. And in that way, to study Nina Simone is to be with her many forms and my own. It is to look at her past work and my own, and be with them so fully that the next iteration allows for space for something else to emerge. It is an attunement, finding where her words speak to mine in the present and across time. It's saying, where was she a little cheeky and flirty and a little bit messy? And can I notice a similarity, a lightness, or even a heaviness in myself? Which is to say, study for me is a consistent or a persistent meeting. A lot of time we imagine solitude as what constitutes study, someone reading books in isolation of an institution. Truthfully, this hinders the way we approach all forms of study, from academic careers to our artistic practices. To imagine I've been sitting with Nina's bodies of work alone for weeks, to imagine I have some macro view of her legacy blocks this process of being with Nina Simone, where for me, study is the continual agreement to get to know a person, a thing, a space, and is this generative form of being with them, their style, and topics that creates the space for possibility. In fact, when study becomes a practice of being with, a generous opening of the self that is reflected back, what happens is that you realize you can't be in that alone. Nina Simone reminds me that in my process, her work is contextual. She is just as influenced by her friends, Lorraine Hansberry, James Baldwin, and the violences she experiences and witnesses as she is her own creative impulses. In the same way that what you've experienced with me today is contextual. There are some things, of course, that I did on my own, Pete, but there are other moments that only exist because of someone else, some of this people in this room, and over the course of my life. So I am encouraged to think about process as study as process, the thing by which we might create something within our context, rather than an endeavor that is meant to be so disciplining that it pushes our creativity away from us. But study in this way is a practice. It is a skill. And it is also an opportunity to be with something or someone in a way that is really intimate. To watch a performance on camera over and over, to listen to music on repeat, to study the lyrics and imagine yourself in their shoes. This is the stuff of our most intimate relationships. When we understand that study is intimacy and intimacy is a form of study, we can slowly move against a way of inhabiting criticality that is a closing off. Study can transform into a practice by which we find something precious, exhilarating, or eye-opening. Study as intimacy, when practiced with responsibility, can allow beautiful connections to emerge. And then form helps determine the shape of that relationship. Poetry, song, our writing, our art can become reflections of our context and how we've learned to practice being with ourselves and others. Form, as the container for those relationships, shapes what's possible to create and the relationships forming. Form also lets us know when it's time to change. On love as a form that helps you change. In the end, I was wrong about love, not the giving or the who, but that it is soothing. Good love is just as disorienting as anything else. Good love made me terribly afraid, made me ask, can it really be this easy? Then it said back, grieve, grieve every time it wasn't so. And instead, I moved to New York City, tried swallowing the Hudson and did not choke and could not breathe. Instead, I moved to California in a town with no clouds and a sky so blue I caught the sun. Instead, I moved back to North Carolina, made mud out of red clay, painted my face with it, ran myself dizzy on bare feet. Then I dug into the soil till there weren't no soil left and buried myself anyhow. Deep in the cool dark, I could finally think again. Love waited for me to come up for air. Didn't say nothing about my wanderings, wiped my face with a damp rag, held my dirt-covered hands for warmth, drew me a bath and talked with me a while. While I made myself clean, love sat beside me, whispered, I got you. Weary as I was, I believed them. Study has become for me an intentional hanging out with an idea or a person. To study their work, their body of work is that ability to return. The form becomes a powerful shape of that process, but it doesn't hold, it moves and molds. There's this saying, what you work on works on you. And I think study is at the heart of that. When we can believe study is about being with. So who are you with? And who is with you? And you, and you, and you. And that is not a rhetorical question.
So, is that on? There it goes. That is not a rhetorical question or a rhetorical questions. And you, and you, and you, what's working on you? Who are you in study with? And how are you in study?
One, this was just everything. Thank you. Like, thank you endlessly for how beautiful this was. I really appreciate the way you emphasize this study as a communal practice. I feel like specifically in the context of cis stories, learning how to see writing as something that brought people together and not this isolating experience of intense emotions held in the dark and scrawled onto a page, like that was really important for me, and thinking about what deepens my ability to articulate myself as a process that can also be built with other people is so, so inspiring. But in particular, you were talking about love and intimacy as someone who has spent a lot of time by themselves. My partner is someone who has like really forced me out of the space of just like being with myself in a way that has been deeply uncomfortable. And so like you referring to love and intimacy as disorienting is like, yeah, like that's exactly how it feels to have someone study you as someone who likes to be removed from all kinds of perception. Aside from being a Leo and being able to stay up here and be loud and ridiculous, like at home in the intimacy of my space, it's me and me. And I think the first person that came to mind was my partner, as someone who like hopped on to watch this today, and to be loved by someone who wanted to absorb all of this feels like a gift. And I can study with them and I can learn with them. And I also feel like I'm in constant study with all of you. Like the last 16 weeks was a study, a sociological experiment, if you will, from all of us really engaging thought and learning and resources together. And so thank you for like offering that back in reflection. It was so beautiful. Like I'm so full because of it.
Yes, thank you very much for this offering. Even while you were talking, the thing that came to mind for me was that interview where like Nina Simone is eating some chicken. She's like, I would have been a killer. If I wasn't a singer, I would have been a killer. I would have been a pick up a gun. You know, like she was really ready to like get in the movement and start pow, pow, pow. You know, like real talk. And I think about how my own art practice, like doing music, is like how I can channel that killer energy into like a collective space that can also hopefully support other people too. And I think for me, like music is like probably my primary modality for how I study and think about how I can move my politic to the masses, and so that I'm not in study or in conversation by myself, and it can be like a intergenerational ancestral practice that can move energy that can feel so stagnant in a world that's always like throwing shit, bow, bow, bow all the time at us. So yeah.
I realize that I'm in study with like shit's just wild right now. And I've been in study with a lot of folks who didn't leave like their own archive. Early 20th century, late 19th, early 20th century, regular ass folks, Black folks at the birth of Jim Crow and the snatching of freedoms. And they still had to like feed themselves. They still had to like wash clothes. And I've been really reflecting a lot on them. And like just old photos of people I don't know and just seeing them being and being at the height of terror. And that's grounded me, but hasn't like erased the moment we're in right now. And that you got to figure out new things, but it's not always pow, 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 because you also like got to sleep, sleep, sleep. Feed a kid, like, you know, walk your dog, like, damn, like, anyway, that's what I've been in study with. And and this person who was sitting behind me who like asked like, or who said that part about like reading to their altar and around literacy, like that just chilled me to my bones. And how am I in study with? And like, I never read back to them. Anyway, I appreciate whoever said that. Thank you.
To answer your question, what am I working on and what's working on me? I certainly think love is working on me and I'm working on it. And it's not remiss on me that my introduction to you, not your introduction to me, but my introduction to you was also on a stage sharing poetry around this time 10 years ago. And I say within those 10 years, our relationship, the way your capacity for love and what I'm working on, receiving love and working on giving it with as much, without limitations and as courageously as you do, is something that I am in study with. So my connection to you is very much a part of that, and it feels very relevant that it's full circle in this way. So thank you.
Thank you. You would think, right?
You would think.
You would think. Ah.
Any questions from our Zoom audience?
Well, thank you so much, Bree. This is incredible. Because at first, when I got your presentation, I was reading the name. I was like, "Is this about to be some foolishness?" I mean, I was, I was like, "Oh," but then I was like, "Just wait," because I feel like over the 16 weeks, you've really shown me that the patience. Like, wait, look for the possibilities. And as this unfolded, it was just so beautiful. And I feel like this right here is the praxis that you're talking about of intimacy and relationship. So big love to you.
Thank you. Any more stuff? Okay.
And from our Zoom audience, from Riki Shook.
Ah.
Okay. You know,
Yeah.
only you, Bree, can put into words the way in which life and getting to know ourselves is through this great act of study with the earth and its people. I feel like I am always in study with capital YOU. Anyway, my question is there inspiration behind your outfit?
Yeah. Go back.
Yeah, go back a couple slides.
You could go forward. I know. Okay. You could go forward. Oh, you knew? Yeah.
One more time.
Yeah. It's from her 1967 in the Newport Jazz Festival. I also, in my nerdy bag, I'm really interested in her jazz festival appearances and how they get more and more like, I'll kill you if you don't be quiet. And I kind of love that. There's this way that she just kind of embodies spontaneity, and really every performance is that context, so you might not hear it performed the same way ever again. And so it's really about being with her in that moment. And recordings are nice. I do like to listen back, but I think there's something to that. And so at first I was gonna do this whole thing. I had this black dress with a cow neck, and then I was like, wait, I saw this and I was like, I can make this. And so, yeah, I started crocheting this a couple weeks ago. No pattern, just kind of looking at what was happening on her body, how it was falling, um, making my own armband and things like that. And so it was really a moment to say, okay, like as a person who has like a hobby and how often like femme hobbies are not considered art and craft, I was like, how can I embodied being an artist in that way? And so I was like, yeah, I'm making a piece for a performance. And I had most of the yarn for all of this just in my room. And even deciding, I used a puffier yarn. So the yarn you see on the bubbles or the balls here, at first I was using it for the whole piece. And I just felt like it didn't get at the netting, the nautical vibe of what's happening. And so I searched for another yarn that could do that. And then I was like, okay, I'm happy with that, the way that looks. So that's the inspiration for this top. And if one of the days when I'm not so busy writing a dissertation, I might finish those pants too. Yeah.
Thank you, Bree.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna ask my question together. Well, actually, mine is not a question. I was going to respond to the prompt, but I did want to say thank you again for this presentation, the creativity, and as I said on our call, our last one, I think, the expansiveness that you brought to the incubator. You all have just taught me so much and have inspired my own creativity. And I was thinking, like, what am I in study with? And the first thing that came to my mind is fire, which is one of the elements. I'm spending a lot of time thinking about my own anger, being in relation with that anger, not separating anger from love, as you've talked about. I think, we had one of the public programmings was a study on June Jordan, and how love was her love was forceful in that it wasn't just about healing love, but also what it meant to protect one another, to fight for one another, to bring that love into the living room. And I'm thinking about how to bring my anger into the living room in a way that's not the way I grew up with anger in the living room.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm really in study with that in what I'm writing and what I'm creating. And I'm like, what is the answer? And even as you're talking about your outfit and how it is inspired by Nina Simone and your creation. I'm like, my anger can be a place for creativity, to make things, to create space to make things. So I want to say thank you again to you for that.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional. First of all, I love Nina Simone.
Down.
Okay. love Miss Girl down. But what I think is so beautiful is that you talked about love, right? And like, I'm gonna get a little bit personal, whatever. If I cry, just act like it's not happening. Don't even mention it. But I don't know how widely known it is that Nina Simone had bipolar depression. And just like hearing about some of the things that people in here were saying about her, like a lot of that, and like her sternness and like how she was at the festivals and all those things, had a lot to do with her being symptomatic. And to like have the diagnosis and to see someone as brilliant as you having this like offering of love to somebody who has this diagnosis and disability, but was still so powerful and impactful in like touching the lives and continuing to change the lives of other people. It just it helps me to see myself as more than just somebody with this diagnosis, right? Especially because Nina Simone is Nina Simone and people don't know because she was more than just that. She was Nina Simone. I can't quite really put into words like how much this did for me. Like everything that you put into it, these 16 weeks that you put into it while you were doing a dissertation for Nina Simone, a Black disabled, a Black and disabled, a disabled and Black revolutionary. We need to see and understand and know the disabilities that our heroes had, because maybe then when you talk about seeing yourself, when you talk about seeing yourself in her, no, please, thank you. Seeing yourself in her and learning love in her and all that she was and who she was, and then sharing that love with us. It's like maybe in the next iteration, right? Like when my kid is our age and doing shit like this, because hopefully he will be, right? But like, we won't be forgotten.
Last one. Was that you? Was that you, Sydney? Okay.
I'm a resident yapper, for those of y'all who don't know.
I like the yap. Come yap.
Yeah. So I am in study with my understanding of liberation, because coming out of my 20s, out of my rage, and out of my understanding Blackness and womanness and all, and my queerness, all of the things, and now understanding that revolution looks so much more than just bang bang pow pow, because we can get to it, but there's so much to work backward from when that's the only option, right? And there's so much more damage that can be caused when that is the only option. And that love and art and the now and the seeds that we plant are also very much not just liberatory practices that move us forward, but there's liberation in now, there's liberation in this space, there's liberation in all of our choices. And Blackness doesn't die. We're gonna be here with the roaches, baby. So beyond, past that, long past that, we've been here before that. And so to even conceptualize liberation as something that we're only working toward, to me, there is a found poem somewhere in there, because there is no us in the now without the liberatory community that feeds us, the clothing that we choose, the words that we choose, all of that. So I'm in this very real fascist state that we're living in. Just gonna call it, trigger warning. But it's real. Liberation is not something that I'm willing to sacrifice in my own life. It's not something that's just from my bloodline and my lineage and the seeds that I plant, but it's very much a real thing that exists on this plane. And it's in the source content, very much in the way that we talk about our pleasure when we learn from Sula and all of these other authors, in the way that they have written us into history. And so I'm very much in study with my relationship to liberation, and forcing myself to be able to see it now and to feel it now. So yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Ashe, and on that note, please give a round of applause for Dr. Brea Byrd, affectionately Brea Blossoms. And stay comfy, because I would also like to welcome up all of the present fellows of the inaugural Luminary Editorial Incubator. I'm gonna call your name since you're not moving. We have Jeané Ridges, keep it clapping, Priya Dames, Chinyere Erondu, Nina Scott, get on up there. And lastly, would like to welcome to the stage our founder of SISTORIES, Ashley Danielle Nickens.
It's not it.
Oh, we taking pictures. I love it. Yes. Fill the space with yourselves. Oh. I'm in the clouds. All right. I've ascended. All right. Ashley, there should be a mic behind you, but okay. I leave you all the stage. And yes, if anybody needs a chair, I will happily run up a chair for you all.
So quick question, is this the Q&A with the mentors too?
This
Or-
is the issue V.
Aha. That's what we're doing. Okay, very exciting, very exciting. Sorry. I've been in the moment all day, y'all. Very much in the moment. Don't have anything written or planned. So thank you for reminding me what the run of show was. Yeah, y'all, the culmination of this 16-week Incubator, where you all dedicated your time, your passions, your energy to study, to community, to Black creative possibility, has culminated with this. Did I do that? Oh, did I? Okay, relax. With this beautiful issue number 5. So if you don't know, SISTORIES is an interactive queer Black feminist literary magazine. So we publish Black women, femmes, and genderqueer folks across the South pair their narratives with interactive workbook elements. And we distribute this magazine for free to community. So we ship it out for free. We place it in local community hubs. And for this issue, the fellows have served as the visionaries, the editors, the designers, the contributors. They put the submission call together, curated who the contributors would be. They did everything. They were the editorial team. And so, yes, please give them a round of applause. It's a lot of work putting a publication together. It's a lot of work putting a publication together, a print publication in 16 weeks, and really less than that because they were studying for half the weeks. Anyway, so what we're gonna do now is reveal the beautiful cover art that was done by our very own Nina Alex Scott. And when we reveal the cover, there is also a QR code that goes to our website that has the full issue up there currently. And also, if you're ahead of the game, you may have noticed there's a QR code on the back of the programs that you have. That QR code also goes to the issue. So if I could get a drum roll, please. Keep drum rolling. Keep drum rolling. And the fluid by nature issue. Texture, memory, and ecology of the Black South is here. Print issues will be soon available. If you registered, we will follow up to get your addresses so that you can get your copies. But yeah, it's a beautiful collection. It's 150 pages. It was a labor, and I want to emphasize labor of love. But you all did such a beautiful job. Thank you for taking this process seriously with each other, taking each other seriously, taking our community seriously, and what it means to steward Black feminist literature. It's such important work. It's such necessary work in this moment. And I'm so proud. I feel like a proud mama. So yeah, please give them another round of applause. Y'all did that. Please take a picture of this. You'll be able to access the QR code. Well, maybe not with the talking stage view there. You'll get a copy of this and make sure you grab the program too so that you can access it at home, read it. Is there anything that you all would like to say about the issue in particular? I know we're gonna do like a little Q&A, so you don't have to get too deep into it. But anything that you want to share right now? It is. It's truly gorgeous.
All right, y'all. Again, round of applause for issue 5, Fluid and Texture, Memory, and Ecology of the Black South by the inaugural cohort of the Luminary Editorial Incubator. All righty. Fellows. Oh, I should go on the, all right, yeah.
Do we need to?
Yeah, I should do-
Chairs?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna slide chairs down.
We need chairs, we need
Sorry.
chairs. Get comfy. Y'all, no, yeah, don't get yelled at.
Let me pass the mic before I get in trouble. I stopped.
We won't torture y'all for long, but they want to hear from y'all as a entity, a unit. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to sit down as well, Ashley?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Please and thank you. I was gonna make you do so anyway, but yeah, huh? Yes, but we can't all fit it on stage, so we're gonna have them go and then have us go. Yeah. Yeah.
Down.
Eric, is everybody in frame for our lovely Zoom and for the thank you. Okay. All right. And I believe there will be another mic to be ran. Okay. And there's 4 here. Great. So we're going to pass this down. Thank you, Sydney. All right. Well, I'll start it off. And I'm going to start it off by answering Dr. Brea Byrd's question about what I'm working on. And thank you also, Samia, for giving me the language for this. I joke about like, what did I go to college for? Let that breathe. What I go to college for? I majored in sociology. And if you know anything about sociology, it just tells you why the world is fucked, but it doesn't tell you what to do about it. And I feel like over the past upwards of 10 years, I have been practicing of what I want the worlds I exist in to look like. And I feel like I feel it because I know that this incubator was a sociological experiment. Sorry, I didn't get your permission. Technically I did, but I didn't. To practice the worlds that I want to exist in. And again, I have just such profound gratitude for you all seeing this on Instagram or wherever you saw it or in a Substack post and being like, I'll commit to 16 weeks with strangers to say we're gonna make something beautiful and perhaps learn about ourselves and be naked in front of each other in terms of our vulnerability as individuals and creatives. And I'm just profoundly grateful for you all's yes and the trust that you openly had to be able to participate. I think a question that I have for you all is, of course, expand on Bree's question if you have something to share. But in general, would love to know about this experience in, practicing community and practicing being in the work of how you want to see and exist.
I can start. So kind of going back to what Fuller shared earlier about what we talked about, when I talk about living in the now and that the future is now, it's the next breath. Is, I'm just trying to really live into that my own self. And this year, a little background, like last year was really rough. I was dealing with working a corporate job, being disrespected, dehumanized, the whole kit can and caboodle, And I came to this year, at the end of that year as well, I lost my grandmother and just breathe through that. And I was like, I want to be living the life that I know she'd be proud that I'd be doing. And I'm like so thankful to this community that I've gotten the opportunity to do this. And, like I've been putting out work, like this will be actually the story that I have coming out this and the interviews will be like the 3rd publication this year I've had. I just had some interviews out in Choreo magazine I did with 2 speculative storytellers I really appreciate that magazine introduced me to in their first issue. and I'm just tapping in wherever I can into my work. And that's just been so important to me. And also just getting to connect with other people. This last 5 years has been really hard. And I do like being by myself. I'm not gonna play. If they know last night I vanished upstairs into my room, but then I came back, then I disappeared again. But I do, it's just really nice to know now that I have people locally that I can tap into and reach out to. And I really appreciate that. And that's also part of my work, being in community.
Oh, okay, yes. The thing I really appreciate about this fellowship experience, that was the question. Yes, yes. Learning how, like, by watching you all, like, how to walk the talk. Like, you guys do the things that you study about, that you discuss. You apply the theory and like the texts that we're reading, like, to not just like work you're doing in like an organizing context, but like how you interact with other people, like how you do your relationships, how you do your work relationships. And I found that really like inspiring while I was in this fellowship, and it like it gave me a model of like how to apply that to my own life, I think, in more ways. And yeah, I think another thing I really appreciated was how to have like a work environment, but like not capitalist culture, like do it like our way. And like that was like the experiment part of it that other people mentioned. We were like working through a lot of concepts of like, yeah, I know we come from this, like there should be all this urgency in the workplace and like timing, like there was all these things we were trying to unlearn, and we had to ask ourselves like, but what are we gonna like do now? Like we know we don't like these other things, but like what are we gonna do instead, like in our working group? And those were like all processes that like that taught me a lot, and like I really appreciated working through with all of you guys.
Yeah, I think this incubator really taught me about world building, as not just like a theory of like daydreaming, but like actually literally building whatever you want to see and bringing it into the real world. Because I think I spent a lot of the last year kind of just daydreaming about what I want. And like, I think for a while, especially with like, I don't know, I am a water sign, and I just feel like sometimes I'm like a liquid and I don't know how to take form sometimes. And I've been trying to search for the right container, like the perfect container for me to fit in. And I'm realizing like that's never gonna like the perfect container will never come. It has to be something from within. Like I will get this out irregardless if it's perfect, if it's good to me, if it feels like the vibe that I wanted it to look like specifically with the process of writing a piece and being like, I'm going to publish this. I think that even in itself was hard. And then as a collective to also have a vision and be like, we're trying to execute something. It takes just so much of minor things that you would never even think about, like the everyday things. It takes so much to build a world actually, instead of just in theory. So I think it's been maturing of like it takes hard work to get things done, like obviously, but like it takes more than that. It takes community, it takes honesty, it takes accountability, it takes not sleeping sometimes and also getting to bed on the right time so like I can actually do what I need to do. Like I think coming out of college, I've had to orient myself of like, how do I function and get the things done that I actually care about when also the world is demanding that I have to work and do things I don't like care about, you know, like I had to make time for this. So that was a just personal development that I took from this.
There's a lot in 16 weeks of lessons, but I think something that was said earlier about not ceding the South. There's so much cultural imaginary about this place, the global South, that we don't control. And so to see and practice like leading in our story and like what we want people to understand about this place, and like having questions, not knowing if it's okay to keep things close or share it, like transforming a project from years ago, like this persistent way of saying like we will not be moved, right? And then saying, and then we gonna make space for other people to figure out how to stand and how to hold 10 toes down on this. And then to do that from a place of curiosity and creativity. I cannot stress enough like how generative and creative, like my mentor, one time I came in and I said, I have nothing for you. I have nothing. And I left that meeting writing. Like, and that's the ability of what community can do and a good mentor can do. Shout out to my mentor. But also to know that like, that's what also y'all were doing. You were stewarding our creative spirits in a time where like, this world is really hard, right? Just to live, right? So it was really important that we could create this space in a Southern context and learn how to be creative and steward our own work and steward others' work and stay with that process to the very end. So thank you again.
Thank you all so much. I think the question that I want to ask has a lot to do. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chinyere. No, go.
Oh,
I want to hear it. Sorry, I got in my mentor bag.
If you want a glimpse into how our one-on-ones went. Yes. Just kidding. No. I actually was going to start talking about you first, but I will say that like over the course of these 16 weeks, kind of building off what Brea just said too, like the gift of also having a great mentor, I think there's a lot of, and also, you know what, let this be a spur after your workshop presentation that you've given us to just like thinking about how much things have been isolating or feeling isolated. I know Simia also mentioned that as well too. And I realized about how I think there was the way that I was moving to my writing in a way of this has to be so independent and silo that I didn't realize how much of my own inner self was really begging to just be in connection. And I don't think I think if I look back to how I was prior to this incubator and to how I am now, and that is why I'm really grateful to having a great mentor, because I feel like our one-on-ones really were, oh man, yeah. that's not so sad. Has really been watering. Sorry, y'all. But I'm thinking of it in terms of like countless one-on-ones. I'd come up to Ashley and I'd just be like, oh my gosh, I hate looking at a Google Doc. I just cannot look at a paper anymore. And Ashley would just be like, well, let's go look, go through what you have, or how are you? Have you went outside? And I have to confess, there have been times where I have not left the house. And no, like very serious, like days on end, I have been inside and have not left the house. And I have been so like, I need to finish this, not realizing that like we need to tend to our body. I need to do this and not realizing that like, oh my God, have you slept well? The sun is out. Have you said hello to the sun? I mean, and so I feel like I'm leaving from this incubator still with a heart and passion for writing, because I know that's what my soul craves for, but now trying to make sure that like we move in a way that is more sustainable, because what's the whole point if, I'm shriveling up in a room and I don't even write? That's crazy. So I don't know. All to say, I'm really grateful. because yeah, I feel like there are parts of yourself that you can't see unless you're in connection with someone else. And being able to be lovingly shown like, hey, the way you're moving right now is not helpful for you. And I desire for you also to be well. Granted, I never met Ashley before. It's like, so I'm like, how are you caring for me like this, you know? So it's kind of just like it's a gift to be able to be seen by someone else who also wants to see the best for you and seeing what now can be flourished from that. And so I feel like outside of the writing too, it's like, how do I adopt this practice and in other areas of my life and other relationships that I do hold so that we can be well, so that our gifts can be shown. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to cut anyone else off. Did anyone? Oh, that was everybody. Okay. Side note, Chinyere, when we were in our one-on-ones, I often felt like I was talking to myself. And I would tell her, like, everything that I'm saying to you is what I need to be telling myself. And so you saying that there are just certain things that need to be reflected back to you in community. You can't do this work on your own, this healing, evolution, transformation, transmutation, moving through portals, right? And so my question, I think, is related, but more specifically, in connection to you all's artistry and how you came into the incubator and how you're leaving. What has transformed, deepened, evolved, changed, if anything, right? Thinking about how we were all and are all still at different stages in our various artistic journeys. You all are multi-hyphenate. Did I say that word right? It's okay. Artists, right? Writers, painters. There's so much brilliance that you all put into the world. And so I'm curious how the incubator has influenced that, for lack of better words, deepened, evolved, transformed.
In one of our early 101s, I said that I wanted to feel like an artist. Like I was a writer, I would claim that, but I didn't feel like an artist in my body. And I do now. And I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was the bubbles or listening to you all and thinking about the art that you shared and like, yeah, I don't know how it happened, but I know that I feel differently than when I started. And yeah, and that's what y'all did. So once again, thank you.
I think for me, what's really changed is, back to this sense of connection, and being in community. I have more of an excitement to be in collective processes, and I'm gonna have more of those opportunities coming up. And I have less of like a dread and like more of a sense of, I think, grace sometimes. Like, coming from academia background, like that was the last time I've really engaged collectively, like in projects with folks, and it was not great experiences I was having. So it was like, so you have like all these negative connotations and these things you're carrying and releasing those things and moving forward in this space has shown like how can we like set a groundwork to make sure that the whole process is fed, and I'm really interested in that process. And just individually in my art, I think that sometimes, I just like my first publication, like I ended up just sending it into a mag that I enjoyed. I just was like, I wrote this thing, I wrote it, I enjoyed it, and I just send in work. I don't often do a lot of beta reading because like also I'm just like, I'm nobody's gonna like convince me that this isn't good. Like I like this, so I'm gonna like put it out there because I feel that connection. But wanting to build those spaces to trust other folks with my work and to hold and just to be in like a creative play space. I don't write everything. I hope, I pray. I'm gonna tell my archivists, whoever they shall be, do not be publishing everything that I've written. Okay. Like, no. I just want to like, have fun creative groups. And I do have some of them, but I do really want to connect specifically in a southern space and have that. And I like see all these folks around me now that I know I can reach out to and create that. And I really want to continue this study as well. As we've shown today, there's just so expansive. There's just so much. And I just want to keep in that learning mindset.
I think for me, I have been struggling, I think, with like kind of unfortunate philosophical like nihilism with my work. But like honestly, it was reading other people's work that made me be like, wow, this thing that they think is mundane matters a lot to me. And yeah. I think that it has been nice to start feeling like my work matters and it reaches people. To like when I read someone else's work and they're around, like we're all just, I think like there's just so much pedestaling of the artist, the writer. Like, oh, that's just a magical thing that you just are one day because you are special and God picked you in particular. And it's not something that like you can just be. And I think I also went to a conference at Duke recently, and they were talking about, I think it was Maya Angelou, and she was writing like, am I even supposed to be doing this right now? Like there's people around me who are dying for the revolution and like are just like there are Black leaders being killed and I'm over here writing fiction. And her peers were like, you need to write about everything all the time. It matters. And so like I think sometimes in the moment it just feels like you're staring at a Google Doc and you're like, what is this shit? Like I don't know. Like literally who cares? Literally who cares? But like people do. I think also growing up on the internet, like just posting your stuff online, it can feel like you get like some notifications, but it doesn't feel like a person. So having a group of people to come to and be like, I read this and I'm real. That's just like it's different. Yeah, and it changes you. So thank you for that.
So you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. The when I like started the fellowship, I kind of told everyone like I wanted to uh get better or sit with some of my like perfectionist sort of tendencies around my art. I wanted to appreciate process more. I wanted to see like pieces as like less fixed things and just like I guess like seeing pieces not as final but as like you're working through an idea and you can like write more about this same idea and just like keep going. Like nothing has to be like your last word on like this topic. So yeah, all of that. Yeah, I feel like after the fellowship, like it's at least shifted a little bit where I can see writing, I guess, more for like a process and like actually like a tool that is like for my healing at least part of the time and not something where I'm constantly like measuring myself and I'm constantly like, oh God, I have to like sit down and write this piece and I have to like jump this high and it has to be like this good. Like, yeah, I think part of it is like also you mentioned like working with like real people, like not because I also like grew up with like the internet and stuff like that, like it helps to have like actual like community and like people you can go talk about this concept with. They can like check your draft, and like you're seeing the same thing with them. You're seeing like the process of like a rough draft turning into a final draft, and like it takes off, I guess, some of like the pressure. um yeah, and also like realizing perfection is not real. um yeah, perfectionism is a white supremacist concept. Just realize it's not real. And so I may as well just enjoy the process. And yeah, I really appreciate like these past 16 weeks, like getting to like spend time like meditating on all of that.
I think the Virgo would like to say that the perfectionism can actually be attained. And then we find out, no, it's not true. So, but yeah, no, I think also kind of echoing off of what Priya shared, I think of like, I'm leaving from this also recognizing that like our writing is living. We can, and if anything, maybe more of our attention can be like, where do we have the containers that we can regularly return to? So that way the living always occurs. And I feel like that's something that I'm leaving thinking about of like, yes, I can return to a piece. I can, say it's done and close it. And then also think about like, where do I want to be able to have that space to come back to it, to do that next level, to live and then come back to the writing. But yeah, no, I think if anything, I'm just reminded, yeah, our work is living, and that has also just like allowed for a lot of relief in this process too.
Well, I want to close this space, but really just, and I'll pass it to you, Ashley, too, but just really wanting to pour into y'all and affirm y'all, because again, the bravery, the trust, the vulnerability that this space took, and to return week after week, and also to leave things by the wayside, like the perfectionism, like the insecurity around like, am I doing enough? And it's like showing up is enough for us. I mean, the world we live in, right? But showing up is really like 85% of it. And it's like the rest of that 15, hopefully you feel safe enough to put yourself in, And yeah, I purposely did not look at a lot of y'all's work. I'm very excited to open that thing and be like, oh, like I want the experience, And I know that every single person that has the honor and privilege of getting this in their hands will have the same experience as well. So again, thank you all so much for your work, for your labor, for your creativity, for your imaginations, and for your politic. For sure, your politic, and how that has grown and expanded since y'all have been here. And again, not been a thing to be insecure about, but a thing to be like, this is something that that I want to lean into and be okay with how it shapes me. It's a really big deal. I think not enough people say that. So I thank y'all for allowing yourself to be changed for the better.
Just echoing everything that M said, you all are amazing. Like, I know throughout this process, the mentors have shared how this has been a mutual experience. Like, this has been a reciprocal pouring into. So, there is at least something that each one of you shared that resonates so deeply with me, and that is going to inspire me and can like help me continue to do this work. So I just thank you for like being in this experimental reciprocal process with us. Like M said, trusting strangers to come and commune and work together to create something that I know when folks touch it, you're gonna feel something. And that's something that we talked about. So yeah, I am so looking forward to the work that continues to evolve from this incubator, the spaces that you all are going to go on to create, the spaces that you're going to be in and transform with your ideas, and just trust that you are enough always. And Sistories got your back.
One more time for the members of the Luminary Editorial Incubator. You all can exit the stage. Woo! I know. The mics love the floor. I would love to now invite up all present mentors in the space. I know you look good. Come on stage. And this is on the fly. But Randi, can you join us? Okay. It's gonna be another ask. You said yes to the first one, so. Wow. The second ask, Randi, is would you be a co-facilitator of this space? Essentially, you get to talk to us about what we did. That's it. I would love if you would consent to that. Okay, thank you. Before you have the missing one, but the mentors of the Luminary Editorial Incubator. Y'all can clap for us. Thank you. And also, again, one of our biggest supporters of this space and the spaces that we're trying to be up to at SISTORIES, Dr. Randi Gill-Sadler. Y'all can clap for them too. But yeah, if we real quick can, I guess we can introduce ourselves. Maybe did we already do that? We kind of already did that. But yeah, and name your mentee.
Hello again, virtual participants, in-person participants. I am Ashley Danielle Nickens. I am the founder and executive director of SISTORIES. I was one of the editorial mentors for the mentee who I had the honor and privilege of helping shepherd through this journey, Chinyere.
Hello, I'm Mariah M. I was a study mentor and the program director of LEI. My mentee, not present, was Jasmine.
Hey y'all, I'm Fola. Poetry editor, editorial director, SISTORIES. My mentee was Jeané, and I was blessed to have that experience with you. Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Samia. I'm a poetry editor for SISTORIES and an editorial mentor for the Incubator, and got to work with the lovely Nina.
Hey y'all, I'm HP. Any pronouns. I was the spiritual care bearer for everyone. So the mentees and the mentors. They're all my babies.
Tiffany Holland. I was a study mentor, and my mentee was Brea.
Any questions or curiosities you have for our experience in this incubator, Randi?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a lot of thoughts that you guys have shared so much today. And so I think one of the things that is important to name here is yes, you all are mentors, but you're also doing a significant amount of pedagogy, a significant amount of teaching. And so I'm wondering if you all will speak to that labor and the kind of intentionality you put into your approach to guiding study, particularly across the different forms that the fellows took in terms of their writing.
Okay. So I'm a professor by trade, like my day job. I teach at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And I don't know what I'm doing in there right now. It has been, you've heard folks like traumas or reckonings with the academy. But it's even beyond that. In my own particular classroom, I can try things, but at this particular moment, asking folks to why I go to college, or why take out these student loans, why, oh, I was promised that my loans would be forgiven, cite. What are we doing right now? And in the UNC system, but all like throughout the country, like the things that I'm in a gender studies department. I don't know if I got a job. Like I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't have a job. But then I'm like talking to my students about what when the world is literally burning, when there's genocide, when they're struggling, when there are pandemics. This space, but I believe in education, and like I believe in formal education even, right? Like I believe that money should be going to educate and create those spaces. I believe in the liberatory powers of like reading. Y'all, people don't read, right? Like our students don't read, right? Like I see them like even in my classroom's like hella gay and like hella black. And they like turn to AI. And I'm like, you're writing, like, you're blacking yourself out. And not in this opaque, transformative way, but in a way of like just ceding to defeat. And it breaks my heart. And what I've been really interested in, and which I was so thankful and when you approached me to be a part of this, was because I've been having a yearning to try some monster pedagogy in other spaces. To what does education look like outside of the classroom if the classroom might not even be there? And this was a place to play. So just like the luminaries played, I played and played around monster pedagogy. I think I'm a really good teacher, y'all. Like y'all should take y'all come to my classes. Like my classes are good, right? Like, like I make a syllabus. I'm like, damn, I want to take that class. So, you know, like that kind of thing. But this kind of pushed me to like think expansively about where does education happen, what does it look like, and what is a radical, again, monster, like a beast of an education that like leans into the things that they fear and the things that they're trying to shut down. And we say yes. So yeah, and as a result, I mean, I start teaching again in 2 weeks. When you go back? 2 weeks? Yeah. And I'm literally trying to figure out how can I bring this into like a formal classroom. And I'm thankful that this came at this time. Because at this time, and this is not just at higher ed, I have 11-year-old twins. This is K-12. What is the point? And this is the point. Spaces like this, and even the culmination, this space right here, right, is an educational moment. I'm so thankful for it.
I can share. I'm just realizing that this is the most I've been surrounded by Black doctors. We got Dr. Weber, Dr. Byrd, it's just all everywhere. And I think I've always had this desire to teach, to, I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go get my PhD one day, go get a degree. And for a long time, I was telling myself like I didn't want to go back to school. I'm like, life is my school. But this experience has been really transformative in that I've been able to bring what I have learned in my own study, in studying with Ashley and Samia in practice of creating issue after issue. And to be able to get together and be like, all right, y'all, how are we gonna take all the stuff that we were doing off the fly and like formalize it? Like, how did we like come up with a rubric and how do we decide what goes in here? So it really helped me in coming up with the our study map, our journey map, that was the word we used, in coming up with our journey map and working our way back, everything that we have learned together in the process, being able to reflect that back to the luminaries, I think has been moving for me. I mean, in the beginning, we had sessions where we talked about the Black literary tradition of the South. And that was a learning and a teaching at the same time. And I think we've said that a lot, that we have learned a lot from the luminaries ourselves. And so, yeah, I would say in looking at the history of SISTORIES, and not just the history like starting 2020, but everything that came before that to make it possible and to be able to formalize that in a way, to be able to share that with other people, has been a learning experience for me as well.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Yeah, so I really, listening to Tiffany and Fola help to give words to what this experience has meant to me, like as an educator. I have an education background, so before I had started freelancing and trying to build SISTORIES, I was a middle and high school English teacher. And I found great joy in that work when I was able to do the work that we're doing here, right? I had the privilege of working at a brand new charter school led by Black women, where I was given a lot of agency in the classroom to really like shape the curriculum. And that's part of what spawned my study of Black feminist texts that ended up, making SISTORIES a thing. And also, I became very disillusioned when the institution of education and state requirements made it so that teachers were getting less and less and less agency in the classroom. And my ability to actually talk to my students and help them see their place in their communities and in the world in connection with the stories that they were reading was effectively being taken away. And I was like, we have to create other kinds of spaces. And so I knew that I wanted to come back to teaching. I do find great joy in teaching. And this experience is the first time that we've been able to do it within SISTORIES. And so, like I said, I was a middle and a high school teacher. Teaching adults is very different. And so there was a lot of learning around where to step in and where to step back. And so I was really thankful for the fellows for like letting us know when they needed more guidance. And that helped us to be able to reflect, like Fola was saying, on the processes that we've not established, but now have established, because SISTORIES has only had like an editorial team for the last 2 issues. The first issue, it was me and Sydney with our heads down doing it. The second issue, me, Fola, and Sydney, and like you said, we were like making it up on the fly as we went. but we did learn so much in that process. And so being able to, one, validate our own like communal study by transforming it into something that was like accessible and understandable by the fellows was extremely powerful for me. It was a balm to be able to return back to teaching, even though it was very different. I also am like, oh, maybe I will teach again one day, because yeah, helping steward this next generation of Southern Black feminist literaries is work that I feel deeply passionate about. And it's work that has to happen whether or not it's being supported by institutions. And so, yeah, I was just grateful to be in practice of that for the first time, to be in this, I keep stealing your word, M, experimental liminal space where we could come together and be like, okay, how do we translate the what we've learned, the mistakes that we've made, into a curriculum that can live on and that we can continue to pass on so that other generations of Black feminist literaries can continue this work.
Okay, I know. Oh, I'm sorry. I just snatched this. Like, I just want to. Sorry, I was like, because you said this is the first time, and I did hear what you said, but I also want to point out, like, SISTORIES already had a pedagogy which blew me away. So when we came, so y'all sitting here like, oh, we did this for the first, that's a damn lie. It wasn't the first time, because if y'all go out there and get the free like issue that's out there, right? The pedagogy of SISTORIES, which when I first saw it, I was agog. Like, it was so dope. The concept of study with, right? Y'all were doing that in this magazine where there's a foundational text. You invite like all the like Southern Black queers to engage in that text with their own text. And then you offer space, blank space, for the consumer to engage with the original text, with the new text, with their own text. And now you have this artifact of generational conversation back and forth. That is revolutionary pedagogy that y'all were doing even before this incubator. So I just want to say that. That's just dope. Sorry. I didn't call you a damn lie while like praising you.
It is being filmed. I think we have time if you have one more question for us, Randi.
Yeah, I have one more question, and I want to make a comment. I think something is kind of like happening implicitly, but I just want to name it. Some of the Black feminist, queer Southern Black writers that we are invoking today were also amazing teachers. And I think that's important to name, right? June Jordan was an amazing teacher. Toni K. Bambara was an amazing teacher. Her students still speak about her to this day. Audre Lorde was an amazing teacher. I think about Gwendolyn Brooks being in Chicago and inviting street kids into her house to teach them sonnets. And they were like, we don't want to learn that shit. And she's like, okay, what kind of poems do y'all want to do? And she actually letting them teach her, right? And so I think I just want to name that there's a way that writing and teaching go together. So we should never think that our writing doesn't matter or what we say. I consider all those women my teachers, and I never met them, right? But I'm grateful for the words they put on the page because they've taught me so much. And I think my last question for the panel, what do you envision is next for SISTORIES, for this fellows program? If you had unlimited resources, we speaking it, spiritually, monetarily, etc., what would the future of this look like for you, and what would your future role be in this?
I guess I'll start. I think for me, the future I would want is a place there where that is holistic, like I believe that we created. Um, I literally, again, Ashley and their trust, I was like, Ashley, we need a spiritual care bear. We need that. We're unearthing a lot of things. We're gonna be shaking up a lot of our psyches. We need spiritual care bear. And they're like, bet. And so I called Harmony Phoenix and I was like, Harmony Phoenix, I made up this term. We, we need a spiritual care bear. And really just again being able to support the whole self, because the society that we live in says you are good to be a cog in the machine, to be a neck under our foot, and that's not what a holistic and spiritual being like needs, you know. And so for this part of ourselves that is also necessary if we're going to be fighting the the spirit of white supremacy, we can't afford to actually not have spaces that don't integrate our whole selves, and that includes our spiritual selves. So that is also just a deep thank you to Harmony Phoenix for just trusting that I was like, can you be you in this space? And they said, hell yeah. And I'm grateful, and I'm grateful for your hell yeah.
I love you very much. Thank you for trusting me with this. And I'll answer. Can y'all hear me? Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank y'all for trusting me to do this. It's not a light thing. And I was also just like also blown away like by what this is. I was like, yeah, however I can do it. Like I'm too old to apply. Like, okay. So what I would see for the future is like a longer term like residency or well, not residency because I mean you somewhere, but you know what I mean, like longer, but like with a spiritual care bear team, with more in-person events, more in-person workspace, more workshops and forward facing things so that people can see the process as it happens. Being able to have more mentees and more mentors, being able to, my organizer hat is on, like going to HBCUs and being like, how can this be a part of your literary trajectory, like in your campus? How can we make this something that stays and that is a fixture? Because we need to hear from us. We need to hear from us in our own words, in our own pictures, in our own sounds, in our own ways of being. And like you said, just like taking care of the whole self, something that in my decade of organizing that has, it couldn't have been more true than in the last 5 years. If you're not well, what's the point? And if you're not well, you're not helping anybody. Like that's a hard thing to think about. But like if you're not taking care of you, you literally cannot take care of anybody else well. You can try to, you can attempt to, but you're not going to do it well because you don't have a model for yourself on how to care for somebody well because you're not caring for yourself well. So part of what I would see in my role is to be able to like do workshops with mentors and the mentees separately, but also together. We had some of that, but I think like some more intentional, like where I'm coming with some pedagogy, where I'm coming with like, okay, this is what y'all take home, here's your homework or whatever, because I think that returning back to yourself, I think I said this earlier during the mermaid workshop, is like returning back to yourself is the work. Like I call myself a facilitator of remembering. I help other people remember what they have forgotten when they came here. I don't give it to you. I just help you with the tools to figure out what that is. And being able to do that, you have more clarity and then you have more of your story. Your story is more full. You can communicate whatever it is that you want to communicate in a more in a more firm way because you're clear on your understanding. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, I'm done.
I can go. I was reflecting on the question and thinking about, Jeané, what you said about the future being now. And I do think the future of Sis Stories, hopefully of this incubator, looks like what we've done, which is, and Nina, you might have been speaking to this, but pulling compassion, responsibility, accountability in a communal space in order to bring new things into the world, to recreate the world on paper, in our personal lives. I think the fact that we were able to do that over these past 16 weeks as a group feels like, and I feel like it's been said, world building. This does feel like the future. Even when you think about Sis Stories, and Tiffany, I feel like you always remind us, like, we're doing it. Like, we're really like, one of the things I love so much about Sis Stories and Ashley, your vision is the magazine itself is timeless. It doesn't have those boundaries. It encompasses the way we think about time as nonlinear, and having these intergenerational conversations, in continuing to create the future when somebody else picks it up and is able to write on blank lines into something that was published a year ago, 5 years ago, and has now made a new magazine. So I think we are living in the future in this little incubator, in this space right now, in the theater, and I'm grateful to be here.
I didn't answer the questions before because I felt like I was about to cry. I think this space is so genuinely filling and wrapped up in our individual stories and our collective stories that I feel really moved to just be here. And when I think about the future of Sis Stories and my role in it, I feel like I am called to tell that story, to be a part of letting everyone know exactly how beautiful it is to be in community and to learn in community and to come here and not feel like a teacher or a writer or an artist or an educator, and learn because of your relationship to the people around you that you are all of the things that you want to be and thought you couldn't be. And I thank Ashley for making a space that is inherently that. I remember one of our earliest meetings just for the mentor team was like, okay, what do you want to like offer to this space? What do you want to say? What do you feel? And what do you want to be true by the other side of this? And I remember saying I didn't feel like a mentor. Like I feel like I often find myself in spaces that I could like really use, where I'm like a program director in a program that I probably am like this younger than some of the people in, or I'm a facilitator in a space where I'm like, all of y'all are so much growner than I am and know so many more things. And I'm like here, and I'm a mentor now in this space where I'm like, I probably could like use a refresher on some of this stuff too. And yet there's like all of this empowering energy that comes from seeing your experience as wisdom. And we've talked about that in so many different ways. And I think to be in service of that, to see myself be in relationship to people and support them and sustain them, and to really feel connected to this community and the power of it is what I want to do. And I don't know what that looks like exactly, but I know that I feel the most aligned with myself when I'm doing things like this, when we are in the back room dissecting James Baldwin being a contradiction and also an incredible author, and I'm like spearheading conversations about absolute nonsense, but it is a way of like bringing people together. That is so exciting to me. And to be in Sis Stories, to be anywhere in the world where there are people coming together to do that, is where I feel like I'm supposed to be.
I'll be short so we can close it out. I've always like envisioned SISTORIES as being this, like serving as this hub for us to share stories, and I like to find sites of recovery and resistance. And the point of that work being to like build a world where our holistic well-beings are prioritized. Like that's categorized by care and transformative justice and mutual aid. And SISTORIES being an experimental place where we can practice all of those things. And so in a world where money is unlimited, you all are not working additional jobs and doing this in your free time, right? You're not the mentees, while a 1,500 stipend per person is lovely. I would love to be able to do a residency, right? Where they can come on for a year and we can pay them a thriving wage, right?
Hello.
So to not have to struggle for the world we're trying to build, because we blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this work, and it shows, I think. But we deserve more. I think that's really, we deserve more. We deserve a space of our own, like living room, land where we can come, commune, do the things. And that is what I'm working towards. That is what I do believe the ancestors and spirit has in store for us, because it's necessary. We need it. And I'll just cut it there.
So I guess we'll end with again gratitude for all of you and all of your yes, for your collective knowledge, really for the same thing we thank the fellows for, because it was completely and utterly a mutual exchange of collective knowledge and vulnerability and trust. And for everybody who's here physically and here virtually, thank you so much for being present and being a part of our freedom dreams. Like this is, we really iterated dreams into reality with this. Like we world built, but we also dream made. And thank you all so much for the supporting and the way you all have and have done so. And yeah, just deep gratitude for all of you. And please stay tuned for what SISTORIES has coming up next. Again, you're already ahead of the curve. If you register for this Zoom, you're gonna get you a copy. But also reach out. Is there a healing space, a dentist appointment place? What they call that place? A dentistry. Uh, a doctor's office. I need to eat some food. That you would love to have this literary magazine at, because again, if we're, I think it was Sydney earlier today. If we are accessing freedom and process, if we're accessing liberation and process, I feel for a fact that these issues are freedom incarnate, are put in ways to be able to practice that. And it has been an honor to steward such a space where one has been birthed by everybody on this stage and all the fellows in the audience. Gratitude. And I believe that's a wrap on the Fluid by Nature Symposium.